Oh, I wanted to share a couple things with you. Check this out. So you see my little palette over here, right? If you notice, I don't know if you can see it or not, but a lot of my paints have water in them. They're kind of moist. So what I did after Wednesday class, and I don't know why I haven't been doing this before, but I squirted some water in there, and then I put it in a Ziploc bag. And I don't usually do that because I'm in a plein air situation, but I probably could. But here, so I have, you see little water droplets inside my little bag here? So I have a little bit of water in there. And then you really just seal that thing. You really seal it when you're done. And then your paints don't dry out. So I like it when the paints aren't dried out. And so there's a quick little trick I experimented with. I'll use my paints today and see if it worked. I'm almost certain it worked. So we got a little yucky right there. Whoops. So that stuff happens. So, and then I think most of you have had my classes. There are a few of you that haven't had the class, haven't had any of my classes before. So welcome. Thank you. I typically use this brush. I pretty much do everything with the brush, but there are a few other things I like. For wetting the paper, I like a brush like this. And Henry, maybe Henry, you should put your information in the chat. The blueheron.com. Oh, did I send a picture today? Yes, I did. Ted, let me get that to you. All right, should be coming to you. Hi, Rob. I'm Claudia. Hello. Oh, what brush is it? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, these are Henry's brushes. He'll Henry, if you put your information in there, it's blueheronarts.com, but
Okay, I'll send the direct link in the chat in a minute.
yeah.
Thank you, Rob.
Sure. I tend to use the General Wayne brush. That's what I tend to use. There's a lot of great brushes, though. I mean, he's got tons.
Rob, say which size of the General Wayne you use.
You know, I think I've got all three of them here. Looks like all three of them. Maybe these two are the same.
So is it good to purchase?
They are all the same, aren't they? Yeah. I like the medium one, so I don't know. So that's the one I pretty much use. And as far as paints go, whatever brand name you like, just get good paint, you know. Don't get the junky paint. But yeah, Holbein is a really good name. You know, they're a little expensive, but they'll get you. You get what you pay for, you know. So that's Holbein. They have those at Dipley, or you can just order them online. Katie, I don't think Katie's in this class, but she bought me these, My Mary Blue, and they are really good paints. They're just as good as Holbein. So that's another brand name. So any brand names you like. You know, look, I even use Dick Blick's. You know, it's not bad paint at all. So, but probably not as good as the other brands. And then what else?
How about what about Cheap Joe's American Journey?
That's pretty good paint, don't you think? I think it is.
Yeah, I like it.
Like, do you have big ones or small ones?
Both.
Like, now, how much are the small ones?
They go on sale a lot, so sometimes they're half off.
Well, how much are they generally, though? Are they expensive? Are they about as same as Winsor Newton? those are good. I mean, usually you can pretty much judge by the price. I hate to say that, but
Can
Daniel
I,
Smith.
sorry,
Go ahead, yeah.
when you're done with paints, I have a question about the brush again. I'll ask
So
you.
then Daniel Smith is good. Yeah, what was the question about the brush?
Is there a brush that we can use that we already have do we have?
Yeah, you don't have to get these, but I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
it
not.
looks like a round brush, but, so a round brush is all right, or what?
Oh yeah. Do you have a like a sable brush or something?
Yes, I have a couple of sable round brushes,
Yeah.
Da Vinci's.
Oh, those are really good.
Okay.
Oh, those are. Yeah, those are really good brushes.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
You don't need to get. You don't need. I'm just saying that's what I'm using, so you don't have to
Okay.
use it. I mean,
Okay.
you won't. Like if you get my brush, and you have Da Vinci's, you won't get any better
Okay.
effect.
Okay.
But this is a Kolinsky sable,
Mhm.
and I tend to put when I'm in classes and things, my brushes will get mixed up with other people, so I put a little nail polish on there. And that's a Kolinsky sable. Those are good, excellent brushes. You can do everything with them, no problem.
Okay, great. Thank
Sure.
you.
But for some of the people that want maybe a cheaper brush, like something like this is like I think it's like part synthetic and part natural, and you can pick something like this up for like $10 or $15. I don't even know what's the brand name, like Princeton or something like that, but it's not real high quality, and you can do everything you can do everything with this brush.
Okay.
Since purchasing the General Wang medium, it's so much easier to do those little pointed things that need to be done around eyes and stuff.
I know. I mean, here I'll be doing this big wash, and I'll come in there and with little dicky things, and so it is a good. Honestly, it's a really great brush. So.
What about the wider bristle brushes?
Bristle brushes? What do you mean, wide?
The three stems, three
Oh.
stem brush.
Yeah, this is just for putting down a big wash. I really don't use it very much.
Background wash.
Yeah, big washes.
What is that called?
I put a link.
Three
I
stem?
put a link there. It's a three stem triple brushes.
Yeah. I mean, I have a lot of Henry's brushes here. I could break them all out, but
It's
I don't know. Can you guys see this? I have a ton of his brushes. Yeah, there's a like rabbit combination. It's softer. It's the same, similar, but it's a softer brush. And I think it's more like a mop. It doesn't spring back as like the others do. So you get used to them. There's all kinds of brushes. Look at this one. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that beautiful?
Really?
So, and look at the point you can get. Look at the point at the end. Crazy. So, be great for doing branches, or big branches or something. But yeah, but you could do everything with that one brush in here. Maybe I'll play with some of the other brushes too. But I don't expect you to go out and get them. But if you want to, I'll let you know which ones they are. And I tend to like, what's it called? We call it the Black Stallion, right, Henry?
Oh yeah, that brush is the black sable. You added the word nickname stallion. Yeah.
It's called the Black Sable, and I don't
Yeah.
have it on here.
Yeah, that's a stiffer brush.
Yeah, it's the stiffer brush. I'll find it, but anyway,
Yeah, we have also the three basic brushes, but you didn't like them, huh? That's our less expensive ones for beginners.
I don't know. Did I ever get those?
I used to give everybody in the portrait class a set in the last year's class.
Yeah.
Yes, that's very, that's what I ordered and I got, and that's what Rob uses all the time, one of the three.
Three. That's the general ones. Yeah. These are more fancy ones. Yeah.
Reasonably priced also.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For the
Yeah.
quality, you know.
Yeah, these are very good calligraphy brushes. So
Yeah.
they're meant to be very pointed and spring back with resilience. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah. If you buy all three, the price is a little less than buy individually. So if you
Yeah.
you can buy also just the medium or small. I think it's quite large compared to
And that's
regular
just
brush.
your three basic. Yeah, the three basic brushes is pretty cheap. I remember looking at.
Oh, I
don't
have the
remember getting
three
that, though. Maybe I
basics.
did, and I just didn't.
Yeah, that's for beginning
I
level.
don't think I got those. You know, I have all.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't, whatever.
Yeah,
No time right now.
okay, just
Henry, could you list that third
Okay.
brush? You've got
Yeah.
the general wang, the three, stem triple brush, but not the third.
oh the basic three. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a basic set. It has three. Actually, maybe it's three. Basic four. It has the combination, like a stiff soft. I think basic four would be better even. Basic four. Yeah. Okay, I'll put the link there.
Rob, what size is your general wang? Does it have a number?
He said it's a medium. I think he mentioned.
Medium. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Sorry, Ted. It looked like my message didn't go through. I just sent it again, so should be getting through there.
Thank you.
Yeah. You know, you're probably going, what? He said it was coming through. I happened to look over there and go, oh, it didn't go through. Darn it. You know, computers. What are you gonna do? So, let's just go over some basic, let's just draw here really quick, and you know, I'll zoom in on this a little bit. Come on, where's my zoom? See right here. Okay. So, and all I'm going to do is the front, okay? Because that's all we're seeing today. So, let's start off with an egg. Remember to mute everybody.
Is this just practice, or is this
Yeah.
going to be?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm not drawing this on my good paper, by the way. I'm drawing this on my, this is just copy paper. And we'll use this on him a little bit, okay? So, sometimes I like to box my head in like that a little bit. And then just find the center, about where the center is. Take that across. And then somewhere in the center there. And then come up for the eyebrows. And it's not from the center, it's from the eyebrow to the bottom, right? That's where it's at. So from the eyebrow to the bottom, that's how we find the bottom of the nose. So from here, it's not from the eye to the chin, it's from the eyebrow to the chin. I make a big deal out of that, obviously, because if you use this one, nose is gonna be down here, and then it looks like a huge forehead and no chin. Okay, then I throw my triangle in. I'll draw that a little darker. Sorry. The ears are typically right in between the brow and the bottom of the nose. So that's generally where your ears will be. And then halfway from the bottom of your nose to the chin, about there, is the bottom of your mouth, not the middle of your mouth. See how low that would be for the middle of your mouth? Kind of looks like it's going like this. That's the bottom of the bottom lip right there. And then we just put a diamond shape for the mouth. And that's how we do that. And those are some general proportions. I like to throw in some balls, eyeballs, right there, around there. It's okay if it's not exactly perfect, because the reason we're putting this ball in here is to know generally where the eye is placed, and we put the whole ball in there to understand that the eye moves around. You know, if we have a ball here, the eye kind of moves around the ball. It goes around the ball, and so on. So that's sort of how that works. So that's why I like to put a ball in there, just to let myself know it's on a round shape there. And you know what's a good idea too, is to put a little ball kind of around here too. Like, you know, you have this right below your bottom lip where it kind of comes in, and then right behind your nostril right here, you notice we all have these kind of smile lines, and that's created because of your muzzle. And everybody's got a muzzle. I know we wouldn't like to believe we do, but we're just very related to those chimpanzees, I guess. Okay, so we have a muzzle. I mean, it's not as severe as a monkey or an ape, but it's there. And then, and it's important to understand that because, you know, right under here, because if you think of this as a big ball, right? Right under here kind of goes into shadow. If you'll notice, if you look at people, that goes into shadow. But if you look at this side, it turns up, and you tend to get a highlight around here and around here, because it's a ball that it's on a little bit different plane than the rest of your face. It's subtle, but it's there. And some people, like athletes and things, it's not even very subtle. It really does. It's really comes out. Something to note. On the top of your cheekbone, the peak of your cheekbone, feel where that is, that peak of your cheekbone. Draw yourself a little dot there, dot, and then a dot, and then a dot on the peaks of your chin. Everybody's got like a kind of peaks to their chin. So we got that to that. Oh, I forgot to put in the eye sockets, didn't I? I usually put those in real early. So that would be kind of where your eye goes in to an eye socket. And put another little dot there. And then so what we use these for is just to tell ourselves, for instance, this is the front of the face, this is the side of the face. See? Front, side. And then it kind of comes back to the ear like this, because your cheekbone kind of sticks out. Same here. Side of the head, front of the head. So what we've done here is we've just showed ourselves where the front is and where the side is. It's different, and usually that's when things are lit. Usually that's where the shadow starts. If you know where it is, you know what to look for. Makes things a lot easier. Now, do I always put that in? No, but I'm very aware with it. Very aware of it. Sometimes I just put it in. So just repeat that on the other side. Just take that back. Take this back, and take that over. And I know it looks really mechanical. draw yourself a triangle for the nose. Like that. And then determine how wide the bridge of the nose is, about like that. You know, it could be wider, it could be less wide. And then go like this. Just attach them like this. You see how you have a wedge? So oftentimes when I'm looking at somebody's nose, I'll put it in and I'll just kind of go like this. I'll just note that I have these planes to it. And that, you know, like for instance, if I'm shading it, if the light's coming from this side, see, this will be in shadow, this will be in shadow. It'll probably cast a shadow onto the face, something like that. And then of course all this will go into shadow because that's on the side of the face. You see how that sort of describes the face? It's anybody can do this. This is not there's no talent involved with this. This is kind of like arithmetic, you know? You don't have to have talent to know that 2 + 2 = 4. And it doesn't mean that you're going to figure it out right on the first try and everything, but you stick to it, you will. Scout's honor. Now, nostrils are like a teardrop shape. So I just kind of go like this. And they're different on everybody, but you know. So I put in the nostrils like that. Just a teardrop like this. Or like a tadpole. Make a tadpole. Remember good old tadpoles? And then whatever you want to do with the nose, sometimes it comes in, out, in again, and then whatever the end does. Just depends on the person's nose. Could be round, could be pointy. Sometimes there's a little bit of something in there, a little bit of a crease in there. But see, this line right here, this tells you where the bottom of the nose is. So then, if the light's coming from here, probably the shadow will start about there, like that. And the same over here, just like this. Lips, because we got a big old painting to do. So like a diamond shape, like that.
Bob, can you bring your paper up?
Just a diamond shape, like I did there. And then do your, see what I did? It came in there, right? Like people's lips usually do. Not everybody's do though. I've seen people that just come almost to just a point right there. And it forms the letter M, right? There's the letter M. Right here. This is also the letter M down here, like that. But it's more slanted, right? You still get a letter M. And then right here you get like a loop. Like that. And some people bevel up like this. So it almost forms like a W, right? Like a W almost. I rounded that off, and if you want to round these off, you can round these off. And then come into the corners of the mouth. remember, like I did right here, the eye sits on a ball. And the general construction of the eye is something like this. Let's first lay it in like this. Like that. I know that looks a little weird. But I'm a little weird. People go, that's not an eye, that's a trapezoid. So then round that off, and that gives you that nice little eye shape. And maybe the ball would be a little smaller than that, but whatever. Something like that. So remember, you don't have to start off with the trapezoid shape, but if you think it, you just want the low out here and the high here. So even though I did this, I like that the low's out here and the high's way over here. They're not right up above each other. If you do that, it usually looks kind of like an almond eye. It's a little symmetrical. So remember, there's like a thickness to the bottom lid. You get a little bit of thick skin right there, so that'll catch a little highlight. So that's important to know that. So even on this one, I would put this one this way. Sometimes you don't see very much. Sometimes you see a lot. Like on Sylvester Stallone. Adrian. No. He has those big droopy eyes. You know, the more the eyes droops, the more the bigger the eye, you know. You'll get a lot of that. So okay. So oftentimes when you're putting in the iris, it'll reside behind both lids. I've seen them when they don't even touch the bottom, and I've seen eyes where they don't touch either. So, but generally it's about like that. And if you like, you can just make a full circle, and then just erase that part out. Just come back and that's a good way. And whatever, you might have a lid, you might have 2 or 3 lids. I've seen 2 or 3 creases back in here. You know, as we age, we may get, but I've seen even young kids with like 2 in there with really large eyes or something. So I'll put little things, a little hook right there, maybe a little hook right there. There's a little bit of a bone. You don't have to put that in, but like oftentimes if I'm drawing one like this, I might indicate that there's a subtle shadow under there. That's that little tired shadow you get, you know, we all get. So ears from the front, which is what we're going to do today. I would just start them off like this. Looks like a letter C, right? Like a backwards C. So then you have that front piece of cartilage. It goes up and over, and then you get, let's just pull that down there like that. Could round that off a little bit more. And then you get this sort of like a Y shape like this. That usually drips down, and then you get this. See how it looks like a Y? Kind of like a Y. This will come way over like this too. And you get this little canal in there. This hooks in. It could do a lot of different things. You know, the ears can do many different things. I sometimes I just lay my ears in like this. I'll just kind of go, you know, or something, because I've seen ears do. I've seen this part right here comes right over and over this. I mean, I've seen all kinds of things. So, but these are the things I usually look out for. I have this. Then you have this front piece of cartilage that kind of goes like that in front of your ear. And it kind of connects right into that little canal. So, if you want more of an earlobe, you could just kind of come in on that part and then whatever you want to do with the earlobe.
Rob,
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt the ear part, but could you, when you're done with the face feature, talk about the neck? Because where do you decide to draw the neck? It's something I struggle with.
Sure. You know, we're kind of done with this actually. So, the neck. I wish I wouldn't have drawn over all this. I could just put it on the little guy there. Golly. Okay, so draw yourself an egg. I mean, here in this picture today, we don't have much of a neck, but we've got it all covered up with stuff. But just draw yourself an egg, and then the neck. You know, necks on a woman generally are thinner than a man's, but that's not always the case. So they're just generalities. That's all you do. There's the neck. Okay, next. I started off about like that. And here's a good rule of thumb. You have this pit to the neck around here. You can all feel it. We've all got it. It's right there. It's where the two bones, you have these clavicle bones, you know, they kind of come out like this. You know, like this, and they go, you know, like that, you know. They both kind of come in like this and form a little pit right here. We just call that the pit of the neck. That's a crucial point on the body, so everybody needs to know where the pit of the neck is. So what I do is I take it from the face just like this, like that. And that gives you the mastoid muscle. There's one that, and you see these two little things that pop up right here. These are the tendons. Whoops. These tendons right here just go into a big muscle. So, but you get a little bit of a, you know, it might attach. It attaches to the bone right there, so you get a little bit of a pull. Now, by the way, if you put all this in when you're painting somebody, oftentimes they'll look like this. So these are just lines and things I think about, okay? Because there's a lot of planes to the neck. Because now, you know, we have this big muscle, and then we have this up here. It kind of goes like that. So it forms this, oh goodness, it forms this structure on your neck. Jeepers. Golly jeepers. Should I put it in there like this is my, this is my Fred. Hey Fred, Fred the head right here. But there's the neck. See, you've got these planes, and then it comes up, and then you've got like a top to this and a side, and then a top and the side. So there's the front of the neck. It's got a little side, and then you have these two big muscles on the side, which is basically what I just drew. So you got to go like this, right? And then it comes down, and then it goes up and over and around. What you need to know about the neck is usually play it down. It's not the important thing on the face. So don't get obsessed with all the anatomy and stuff in the neck. Typically, you know, like let's say the light is coming from this direction. I want to know, I keep in mind these kind of shapes right here, like this and this, right? And this will cast a little bit of a shadow like this, and then it kind of goes over because that's flat, and then it goes around because we're on the other side of the neck. And then it might pop up and go around that muscle over there. So you get a lot of this kind of action. And if you have a muscle there or something, so that's the general shape. You'll get something like that. So in other words, you don't need to know every muscle. I do know a lot of the muscles in the neck just because I took those classes and everything, but mainly what you need to know is just the general planes. And right, so we're going up the side, over the front, down the other side, around this big mastoid muscle here, and whatever the head does. Other than that, you know, how thin the neck is and how thick the neck is depends on the person. You know, as we age too, we lose a lot of the mass in our neck. The neck gets thinner. All kinds of things. Okay, so let's get to our guide. And I need to really zoom out here.
How big of a paper are you gonna be using?
Well, you don't have to do yours the same size I'm doing mine. I'm doing mine pretty big, actually.
Okay, and.
9 by 12. That's not too big.
Okay, and is it watercolor paper?
This is watercolor paper, yeah.
Okay, 140 cold press?
This is Arches 140, yeah.
Great, okay.
That's what I'm using. Arches 140. Cold press. You don't have to work on exactly the same paper I'm using though. Whoops. I hit my. That's not a good thing. Now I have to. Oh boy. Reset this thing. Well, I tried to set this thing down lower because I noticed it focuses a little bit better. That's pretty good. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit more. I'll try to zoom in as I'm going. Yeah. Okay, so let's what I like to do when I first start off is, first of all, look at the picture, Rob. I don't even know where the picture is. Okay. Hold on a second. There it is. Okay, so what I like to do is kind of like frame him out a little bit. So I'm just gonna guess around that his head's about this big and lay it out like an egg. And so he's got this sort of triangle on top. Let's see, let me make sure.
Okay, may I ask a question? How much of his body are we going to do?
I don't know. Pretty much the whole thing.
Okay, thanks.
Which means I am zoomed in a little bit more than I could be. And make sure I'm getting. Oh, a good reference point. Now the pit of the neck, right, is here, but it's behind all that jewelry, so. So I just put a little dot there.
Can you draw darker, Rob, please?
Yeah. Maybe his neck's around that way. But I don't want to get too involved with this right now because what we need to do now is just sort of find our proportions. So let's just say back of his neck, he's got this thing and this thing. Right, it kind of goes to there, and then we come out for the shoulders. Shoulders, yeah. Let's see if this starts about there. Maybe the shoulders are around. See, I'm using this thing. So maybe the shoulders start about where this little green thing is, around there. Now, I would have given you the proportions for the whole body, and we will do that later, but he's sitting and he's kind of compressed, so it won't really work on this. And the arms are foreshortened, so it doesn't really work on them either. So that's why I didn't do that. All right, and so we have I mean, his head compared to his body is fairly small. He's got really wide shoulders. Okay, and something like that. All right, just gesturing where his hands are. Maybe over here they're kind of on the box. Something like that. And I'll just see, just kind of check things out. We got this and this. So I always do this thing first. I call this my my graphic outline. Just flat, in other words, flat. And I'm not really drawing any form or anything. Just trying to find things flatly. So with that, I think we're pretty good. There's this little band right there. We've got this little thing, casting shadow, kind of going up. So now that I have this,
Are we supposed to see your picture or not? I mean, I see your drawing, but what you're looking at, we can't see, right?
do you have a picture?
I
You
have
can-
see what you're drawing, but I don't.
Well, what I'm saying is, did you receive a picture from me?
No,
Okay, you should have. Let's see.
that's the problem.
What's your name?
Ann Stebbin.
Okay, let me get that to you. Hold on. Does anyone else need a picture?
Rob, I didn't get the pictures. Henry.
Oh, okay. And whoops. I don't know if I have that under Ann. What's your full name?
Ann Stebbin, Steven.
Is it Stebbin7?
Yes.
Okay, that's you. It's not under Ann. I need to put that under your name, I think. So we have, okay. And let me attach the photo. Oh, you got it? Okay. And we're good. All right. That should be getting to you here.
All right, thanks.
Sure. Yeah, that helps. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so now that I got my I call this my first go around. You know, maybe it might even be a good idea to maybe throw in a little bit of that that shadow back there. Just kind of let's see, where are we? And I'm going to take his drapery over here. It kind of comes down. This one comes down. Same over here. All right. Yeah. We've got this other one that kind of folds around. This one sort of just comes straight down. Lots of pattern, really a lot of fun. You can get into it too. A couple of diamonds here just to keep it interesting. And in here too, right? Well, you don't have to draw everything. I mean, a lot of this I just paint in. All right. Like, I'm not going to get into all this pattern. But there's an interesting shadow being cast. There. I come over here, there's another little shadow right there. And I use those to help me find my way around. Oh, I didn't put in his ears, did I? Ears are pretty up pretty high. I don't exactly know where those ears are. I'm just guessing. And you know, where our head is about here. Now, do I always throw in those proportions like I said? No, not always, but I think it would be a good idea today. Let's just okay, so we have if his head's behind the, you know, behind the hat all the way up there, and about there's the center. I am noticing that the eye on the left is a little higher than the eye on the right, so he's tilting his head a little bit more like this way. Just a bit. And then remember the eyebrows are way up here. And then from the eyebrows to here, that's about where the bottom of the nose is. Judge about how wide you think his nose is. And I just maybe throw in a little bit of a triangle there. You don't always have to draw out the whole triangle. A lot of times I leave out the sides, but we'll be formal. And so I have this sort of W going right there. Here. Okay, so maybe I'll throw on about where those eyes are. And then about the nose is, I mean, the lips are pretty low. Wow. I'd say the bottom of his bottom lip, well, you know, there's a lot of beard there, so maybe that has something to do with it. And we'll just let ourselves know where that beard is. Probably comes down here. And if I had to judge, I'd say the mouth is wider way out here, so maybe that beard comes way out there.
For the lip, can I go back to the lip for just a second? When the halfway mark is the bottom of the lip or right in the middle of?
Yeah, but from here to here, the bottom is the halfway. Now he's got really big lips, so it might be a little more, but
Okay.
somewhere in there, yeah. That's usually how I judge that, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, if anything, it's got a pretty long distance between. Yeah. You know, not everybody's the same, so I'm actually going to move his lips down. I think they're okay though, but I'm just going to move them down just a little bit because, as you can see, the distance between the nose and the lips is pretty far on him. It's about there. So I'll just throw it in like that. You can just round those off, that diamond shape too, as you see fit. I'll bring that goatee down a little bit further. and whatever for the eyes. I'm going to go around the ball. I'm not going to put a ton of detail into those eyes because we'll do a lot with the brush. You know, his eyebrows are way up here.
Could you zoom in on the face a little?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, sure, no problem. That's where I need your guys' help.
Thank you.
Sure. I was okay with the ears. Not too far off.
Rob, I have a question.
Yeah.
The head, as you said, is slightly tilted,
Yeah.
and it's not exactly straight on. So looking at the picture, you see more of a right cheek than the left cheek. Do you make any
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
or not?
It's almost straight at him though. Because you can tell by, you wouldn't be able to see this ear as much. If you notice, see how you can see the ears about the same of both ears? So it's almost straight on, but you are catching a little bit more of the right side than the left side, I think, yes. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, we are. So, you know, what we can do is just, from over here, yes, we can add a little more face. It's just a play on the line here. Maybe a little more face. And then maybe a little off this side. We can clip a little bit off, which means we might have to bring the ear over a little bit. I think that made a difference. I mean, he's got all whatever coming off those. I mean, I don't know. They're great props, though. Go into this head here. And comes off the head a touch. So I'll throw on the big triangle first. And then maybe, like, for instance, I'll judge, okay, maybe it's about this high up for this thing. It's the hood, whatever. And that kind of comes up. Whatever you want to do with that. And it even kind of comes out the top. You got shadows in there. Oh, I could have zoomed out on that, huh? You might even want to notice a little kind of teardrop shape for the nostril. Those little smile marks. And, you know, we all have little character marks. So I try not to get too carried away with it. You can do a lot of this with the brush. If you get too much information in there while you're drawing, you're going to be too careful around your drawing. And you won't want to solve as much with the brush. But I like to let myself know where, like, for instance, big shadows are. So I can see now, wow, I could have brought that hat down a little further. That would have been better. All right. 10:30. Let's see. I'm gonna go back on my little notes here. Now his hands are in very, foreshortened and unusual positions. So things to know about the hand are you have a block, you have this big block area right here. And then we just throw it in like a big block like this. And very rarely do we ever see a hand like this, like I'm gonna draw it. So, and then, you have this, what do you call it? The thumb bone. You have this big bone here, then another one, and then another one. So, and it comes out like that. You got this, and then you got that. That's the way I do it. I throw them in a little sort of umbrella shapes like this. It helps me. For the fingers, well, everybody's fingers are a little bit different, but usually your index finger is, smaller, larger, about the same. I know this sometimes they're a little different, but about the same, and then your pinky. So, find out about what your sizes are around. That's generally, what a lot of people do is they'll just do this, like a mitten, like that, see? And they'll throw it like a mitten. So, that's a nice way to group things. Just note that, let's just throw these in like big blocks, like this. Men's fingers tend to be more square on the ends, like that. You have these bones on the top of your hand too. Men's fingers would tend to be more kind of bigger and more, muscular and gnarly with, that's more of a man's hand, so I'll stress the anatomy in that. Like, so for a thumb, I might really push the knuckle, really knuckle it out, more like that. Note where your joints are. So you got this one's gonna be a little higher, like that, and so on. And I like to know where those are because usually it gets a little wider in these areas. So it might come in and then out and then in. That's why people get so confused with the hands, because you have all these little bones like that in your hand. So that's why it goes in and out, and it's the way the fat settles and also the way the muscle structures around it. It'll tend to be more like that. Women's are exactly the same, just not as dramatic usually. And it's a good idea to think of the fingers as cylinders. Like a big cylinder. Okay, it goes around, it goes around. That's why he's got all those rings on there, showing you how round things are. Those rings and the bracelet around his arm and all those are great props. We love those because it helps to show it helps to kind of show us the form. Bracelets are great. Really fun to paint too. Really, really a lot of fun. So if I have a finger that's kind of going like, let's say that's the top of my hand, and I have a finger that kind of goes up and then down and then this way, you know, that would be more complicated, right? So I just kind of go like this. Maybe there'd be a little bit more of the top of it here. Kind of square it off, and then like I did with the eyes, right? Square it off first and then kind of round it off. This would be a little fatter. And that's what fingers tend to do. So I usually use like a gesture line first for the finger, and then I'll tell myself there's a top to it and a side to it, just like everything else, just like the head and everything else, right? And then I'll kind of come back in and say, okay, this really isn't a hand. I mean, we'll get into hands more later too. But just think of these things. Think of these kinds of things when you're doing hands. They're great. It's a lot of fun. Just letting myself know where the end of the finger is there. And that they're round. You got these bones that pop out on the top. Okay, so, you know, his hands aren't the big deal here, but let's throw in some hands. Let me crop in, where is it? There it is. Let's zoom in. Whoa, that went way over there. So that's all I put in for gesture lines of where I wanted the hands. You know, I'm not even sure I want the hand there. Let's see. Really didn't throw in the musculature of him yet. You know what? Let's do this first. I'm sorry, I didn't want to go right into those hands. We never put in the arms, and so what's going to happen is I'm going to draw the hand, right, but it's going to be in the wrong place. That's not good. Okay. So. So his shoulder kind of comes off like this. It goes in and then out, in, right, something like that. Yeah, I was wrong. His hands are way up here. I knew it. I knew it. You get when you have the foreshortening, it is nice to have a bracelet on there like this, just to show you, hey, see that? See, that's going that way, whereas this one, it comes around and goes more like that way. Not maybe not as much as I'm doing, but you also notice how I broke this line in front of this? That it makes this feel like it's in front of that. It's a lot to know. I mean, it's the human, you know, we know people, so anything that's like that, you're gonna you're gonna have more of a knowledge of. Okay, so I'm just noticing the gesture. Here's what I do. I'm just gonna gesture his hand in now. I'll zoom in on this a little bit more. I wasn't that far off, but I think it would have been funny. Okay, so I'm doing this, and I notice that his hand's just kind of going like that. So I just throw it in like this. And come in. You see how I just gestured it in like that. I've got this other one kind of going over that direction. See, just kind of a big grouping first. He's got pretty big muscularity in his hands back here. There. Something like that. So the thumb is mostly in shadow. You get a little shadow over it like that. I can see a little bit of a joint there. So I just gave him a little bit of a corner. I'm seeing a big old ring right there. So that can help me in positioning things. Oh, that goes way back there, doesn't it? And then the other one. I mean, say our hands are just one of the reasons I got smarter. Just kind of like that. We got another ring right around there. And there's more rings down there. Can't really see what's going on in the back. So I don't put it in. You know, I drew it out earlier on another piece of paper. So I did that. So I just kind of boxed the other one in too. I'll show you how to do that here in a minute. I usually don't put this much information into it when I'm painting, because I usually paint all that out. All right, let's go to the other side here. Let me zoom out. I'll draw in his shoulder. That was there. Yeah, we wanted his shoulder out to about there. And it kind of comes in and then out and in. Yeah, so I was off. I mean, not that I don't care that things are perfect, but I don't like them to be way off. But so usually when I throw in that first graphic outline, it's just for general positioning. I'm almost always wrong. But, there we go. Just erase that out. Sometimes I nail it on the first try. And those are nice. It's always nice to get things right on the first try, but it doesn't always happen. Right, and then if you look on his arm, it's only this far, and then his bracelets start, because it's foreshortened. So then we have this kind of box shape, and I just put all of his knuckles into a box. And then we get that thumb sticking out over here on the other side. So you see how I did this with the fingers? I just gave it a like that, and then you got kind of like that. And they look a little small because I didn't put the bottom of the fingers in. And then you could throw, you know, rings on them. On. Shadow there, my shadow there. Maybe a little bit of the chair in there if you want. Kind of fun. You guys want to paint? Let's get in trouble. Because that's what painting is. There we go. We're on the good paper here. Put this pencil away. I don't usually actually draw this much, just so you know. We'll do more, but it's okay to draw. But I usually do a bit of drawing, and then I try to solve as much as I can with the brush. And because the more you draw, what happens is that you'll try to keep in your drawing, and try to stay in there. And then it makes you, it can kind of tighten you up. So we'll see. I'll loosen up on some other ones. There we go. This is not bad. What do you say we throw down some paint? Let's take red, yellow, and blue. How many of you knew I was going to say that? You were laughing.
A lot of us.
Red, yellow, and blue, because we make all our colors in here. And I'm just going to throw down some color. And as I'm throwing that color down, I'm going to keep mixing the other colors. See, I've got a little bit bluer back there. Take it right up. Right up. In the water, because the hat's actually darker. I mean, we could do whatever we want, and you don't have to do that, but you know, it's actually he, and almost everything on him is darker than the background, so I'm probably going to need to lighten my background up a little bit. And I do that just by adding water. Here's another cool thing you can do. Add the water. And see what I'm doing here? I'm just adding the water. And then just moving it over here. Because I want this lighter. Gravity. Just paint right over that shadow. And it's giving me like one color. So I'm probably gonna add a few little more colors to that. But there we go. There. I call that stretching the color. So I laid it down and then I just put in water, and that stretches the color out. That didn't take very much paint at all. And I'm going to add little nuances to that background. So watch, a little bit of blue. I'm throwing a little bit of ultramarine blue in there. I don't want to get it too, I just want some little, and I don't want just spots, like floating spots of paint. So take a little bit of it behind him a bit. So they don't look like a little isolated, floating little islands of paint. It looks strange when you do that. I'm gonna take a touch of magenta too. I'm just gonna play with that. Here's another thing you can do. You can just tilt your paper too, and the paint will kind of run into each other. You can do that different ways. See, now it's a lot more interesting than just that gray. And you certainly could do other things too. You could throw a little yellow into that too if you like. A little yellow into the mix too, never hurts. You notice I'm doing I made it with red, yellow, and blue, and then I'm putting little accents of red, yellow, and blue. Because everything's red, yellow, and blue. Would you believe? It's more important that you know that than how to like than all the anatomy and everything. I mean, obviously, you know, I have you go over all these things, but really, I mean, this is more of a painting class than a drawing class, but, you know, I will go over drawing with you. I mean, I'm quite the draftsman. I mean, really am, but I'm definitely a painter. Some people's heart is in draftsmanship. You know, I took the 7 years to learn how to do that. That's what Vern Wilson, one of my teachers, said, Rob, it's probably going to take you 7 years. It takes most people about 7 years. So you just paint for 7 years and you draw all the time, you know? Take drawing classes. Now, does it mean you won't be really good in a year? Yeah, you'll be good, but I'm talking about mastery, you know? I'm talking about all the different ways of drawing too. You know, and if it's something you're going to do for the rest of your life, you just, well, you naturally get better just by drawing and painting all the time. You'll put, I mean, okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and just, there's a lot of brown in this painting, so we're going to be doing a lot of red, yellow, and blue. Red, yellow, blue. And for this, yeah, something like that. Now it's going to leak into the background. I don't care. It's probably lighter than that too. I just throw it in. Inevitably, the value is going to be either lighter or darker. Especially with watercolor, right? Because you know it's going to dry different. Just let that leak into the background. Totally okay. And now I'm going to take my brush and get all the water out of it, and I washed it out already with water. And now I'm just going to drink it up. Look at that. Just drinks it right up. This stuff will probably creep back in, but that's okay. And red, yellow, and blue again. Just now I'm going to add more red and yellow to it. let's try it this way today. I'm gonna just paint the shadows of his face first. I have other approaches, but we'll just do the shadows. They've got a lot of blue in them. A lot of blue reflected light. That's what they have, probably a blue gel over the light. And then on his neck, see, cast a bit of a shadow over here. So what I'm going to do is just take a little bit of ultramarine blue and just put that in the shadow. I know it's lighter, so I'm just going to kind of drink that out. See, I cooled it off first. Yeah, there we go. With a little bit of that blue. Just like that. A little more blue in there. Now, by the way, I want you guys to give me suggestions of what you want me to do in the class as well. So, not right now, but I mean, you know, you can just email me over some thoughts like, this is something I've always wanted to do. You know, I want to paint the bazaars of Morocco or something. You know, people in situations or something. Gets a little darker, huh? I shouldn't mess with that yet. Okay. Let's just paint all the shadows on his skin tones the same way. So we've got this casting a shadow over here and a lot of blue in it. And that catches some light. You see how this approach that I'm doing today, the shadows define the form. We've already got it kind of defined. So because we have a round arm here, I think the arm comes in there. It'll get shadow on this side and it'll stay over in light over on that side. So we'll hit some shadow in here. And then on his hands, a little bit on this side. There's some blue in it. Same on this one. Underneath, shadow. And every one of these cylinders gets a little bit of something because they're round. Now, and I didn't hit that top lip. The top lip's definitely mostly in shadow. Cast the shadow around the bottom lip like that. And this over here, because this is round, this goes into shadow. Yeah. Hit shadows on this right side of the eye. Not so much on the other side though, right? Just a little bit, but that's what gives you that round eye. There's something in there. We're going to let that dry up. Let's just hit some big colors in here. So, And usually I do hit all my big colors first. I kind of wanted to get into that head though, because I don't want to get too crunched for time. Just so you know, I know the class technically ends at 12:30, but I'm going to do a crit, so that could go on for a while. Okay? And I'm going to start that crit, I don't know. We'll see, but whenever we get to it. Okay, what color we got here? Red, yellow, and blue for a brown. I'm coming up with some of these browns in his drapery. Let's see this one. Yeah, I was trying to make a bluer brown. It's kind of a cooler brown over here. That's a little too cool. A little dark. Just hit that with my rag. I want this a little bit bluer. And kind of, because a lot of these colors have the same color involved, I'm just going to exaggerate them a little bit more than they are. So we'll say that's a little cooler. Now if I do this orangey one right next to it, it's going to leak right in there. So I'm gonna let that dry up a little bit more. There we go.
Rob, can I
Yeah.
ask a question? Are you painting flat or on an incline or?
This is pretty flat.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah. So let's come to the inside in here. We've got these little darker colors. Some of those in there. He's got these sort of beads hanging off his neck there. When we get into this, I mean, you can really get into all these designs, so I'll let you get into it as much as you like to. I'm just gonna do a very, very generalized indication. I can sort of like that down here. You definitely get yourself a few little nuances of color in there too, if you like. Just to keep it interesting. We'll glaze a shadow over that anyway. All right, that's dry. So yellow, like cadmium yellow, and cad red. And I'm gonna do the orangey stuff right here. There's a lot of red in that too. I'm just going for an impression here. I'm not really going for, extreme reality or anything. So, I want to see the beautiful brush strokes. And the paint just do its thing. But you see little nuances in there. Hit a couple of little red things. That's a little dark. What I can do is just take up a lot of those. Whoops. I can take up a lot of that color and just add it to the other side over here.
Hey, Rob,
Yeah.
can't quite see the bottom, like from his hands down. Is that something there?
There's not much to it.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you.
Yeah. We can hit some of that orange down here, though. Some of that orange from here, I think, is close to what's going on in the pants. And you know, you could come back in and throw in patterns too if you like. We've got some of this stuff going across here. Yeah, there's just all kinds of directions of pattern. I want to hit some shadows in there. Those will make more sense. You know, I didn't hit that big shadow in the background. Might as well. Ultramarine blue. Again, I'm just adding water to it and I'm going to stretch that color out. And I can take my paper and just let the gravity do the rest. I'm gonna put that little point on there. If I want this to be nuts, because right now it's kind of razor sharp, so what I can do is just add a little bit of water on the outside. So it's not so razor sharp. And in a very basic way, you start to see some things happening, and we got some nice looking paint going around. Yummy stuff in there. What's this? Okay. Stuff in there. Stuff yellows in there. Just notice how the biggest thing I want you to notice is how I generalize things. See? There's nothing really specific going on in there. That's the whole art of painting loose. All right, what have we got here? We've got a neat little color right there. It's Prussian blue. Maybe Prussian blue and a little lemon yellow for these little guys. Those are fun. Let those sit. Maybe some magenta on the other ear. In there. It's dark, like a deep violet. So I would add ultramarine and magenta to these, I guess they're berries or something over here. Very dark. You could paint around every single little highlight if you want to. I'm not going to do it. come back and scratch out a highlight with a X-Acto knife. We could do that. There's a little bit of a shadow in here. Kind of separates. Some shadow here. That's a light shadow. And it looks a little harsh until I just take a little water on the edge. There we go. No corrections. And you've heard me say this before, but I'll say it again. The difference between professionals and amateurs is the professionals know how to correct their mistakes. Not that they don't make them. All right. Now his coloration of his lights is pretty dark. So I'm going to put that down, and we may have to go over the shadows again. That's okay. I'm going to make up red, yellow, and blue. Cad red, cad yellow, ultramarine blue. If you look at my palette, what I do is I mix up with the body of the color. Might give it a couple of tests. Off to the side, I mean, that's a good color. And then what I'll do is I'll put a little red over here, a little yellow, and a little bit of blue. And I'll just kind of work them into that. I'll notice areas a little cooler, a little bit warmer, so then I'll add a little bit of warm. A little bit of cool, maybe a little bit of yellow. Okay, let's see what we got here. That's pretty dark. Too dark. Doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't take very much paint to go over all those lights. I'm really thinning this out. There we go. I'm just going to go over all the lights. Even in the beard, you can see some skin through parts of it. I'm just going to kind of keep it like that. You just ask yourself, where's your highlights? So I'm just using my brush without any. You see, I don't have any paint in it. I just took it, I rinsed it out, and I got it all on my rag, and now I use it to pull things out, like there, in here, like on that highlight. Pull it out there. Think of the higher lights on the face. So Definitely something on the nose right there. And see all the little white things that happen, little white pieces of paper that show through? Just leave them. It's the best. It's watercolor. I mean, that's what we do it for. Did I just say watercolor? I've never even said that before. A new Robism. Watercolor. What does that even mean? I have no idea. I think it means like, that's why we do watercolor. So it's a little lighter in the lights. We may have to hit a couple more steps, you know, maybe let that dry up a little bit more, and then we'll hit a little mid-tone in there like that. You can do it when it's wet too. Might get a little mushy on you though. Yeah, typically in my other class we stop for the crits, and I have you email me a photograph of your work. We usually do it around 11:30. I think I'll let it go on to about 11:45 this time because I hit on a couple of little other issues, and I know that's still pushing it, but. I'll erase that here real quick. There we go. And hit some of those bracelets. We get a serious highlight over on this side, so. Typically on the knuckles, although you can't see it here too much, it's kind of washed out, but typically they'll get a little bit redder on the knuckles. Knuckles would just tend to get a little bit redder because the bone's closer to the skin. They're good little areas that hit a little bit of skin tone, little coloration difference. Even, you know, even if you can't see it, sometimes I just hit it in anyway. Fingertips, knuckles, elbows. Same happens in the face. They'll tend to get warmer up here in the nose, and I'll work around that highlight a little bit. And the cheek area, just because blood vessels are closer and it gets a little tanner too because you're out in the sun. A lot of reasons. he gets a little orangey too in his warms. So I want to make sure I hit a little bit of yellow. Glaze a little touch. Well, it doesn't take very much. A little yellow into this. See what that does? Just gives it a little bit of. So fun. I do see a little bit of flesh coming through in here. There's some white and silver or whatever it is in there. I don't even know. I'm just kind of abbreviating. To paint loose, you have to abbreviate. You can't be too specific. Or the paint won't get an opportunity to be paint, you know? We're trying to show off the paint and have some realism. I mean, so you have the portrait, right? And then you have the painting part. I mean, some people really want to just get into the portrait and have this very accurate thing, and that's fine. That's more classical. Some people want to just use the person as like a platform to spill around paint, and it might not even look like the person very much, and that would be a lot more abstract. And Impressionism is somewhere in between. I tend to do something kind of like Impressionism. I don't know if I'm definitely not an Impressionist, because I wasn't born 150 years ago. But it'd be a lot more than that, wouldn't it? Wait. 150? I can't do math. Okay. Don't even ask. Okay. Let's go around and hit some darks. I got some darks here in the ear. Kind of a lot of dark in there. I'm just going to use, there we go, some water in there too, so it moves around. We do have a little highlight. Boy, I don't know how to get that thing at this scale. Whew. I'm just going to try to avoid it. And if I don't, I'll just scratch it out with a... No, I couldn't get it. I'll just scratch it out. It's easier to just... Here we go. And I paint those eyelashes in too. It's actually not the eyelash I'm painting in, it's that little shadow under the eyelashes. And that's kind of crucial.
I knew you'd get down to those eyelashes.
I know, really, huh?
Yes, I thought we weren't worrying about detail, right?
That's not too much. You'd be surprised. All I'm doing is hitting some darks. Not too much detail. I mean, just so long as you can include the levator levi superior siliquinese muscle. I'm just joking. You're like, what did you just say? That was the dumb little muscle my grandpa taught me a long time ago. He goes, Rob, if you don't know anything about anatomy, just say this. Everybody think you know what you're talking about. All right, that's pretty dark.
Is there any way you could zoom in on that more?
There's a way I can, yeah.
Would you please?
Yeah, will I? Oh, sure, no problem, no problem. Let's do that. I can't even see it that good. I should just paint looking at my monitor.
You missed an eyelash, Rob.
Oh, yeah, I know. Gosh. Darn it. Okay, I'm gonna start all over. That's it, I'm done. Okay. A little lower. I should have made it a little lighter below. Okay. So what I was saying is that these eyelashes create a little bit of a shadow over the eye, and that's important. It doesn't matter how big the painting is. You need that in there. So even if I do a dumb little, really small little drawing, I still get that in there. And we have a little bit of a something in there. And all this goes into shadow. The shadow gets pretty dark. Darker than that. And then you notice how it just lightens up because of this reflected light back here. But if you notice, we get this little dark right here. On the photograph, it goes from reflected light to dark, and then it goes back into the light over here. So we need to hit something in between. It's a little bit darker. And that's what makes it feel round. And to me, that feels a little bit on the cool side. So I'm gonna hit something like that in there. Yeah. Just like that. Just like that. Very good. Jolly good. Tally-ho. And I've got something dark in there. A little under the bottom lip. This, because the light's coming from this way, this little flower or whatever it is on there casts a little shadow on him. Like that. And then we get this shadow cast from his head. It goes around all these. Oh, isn't that fun? Well, he sure is interesting. He's a great model. I paint him at Art Center. And believe it or not, here's another little trick. Take something really dark over the very tops of the eyes like this. See what that does? It kind of really makes it feel like there's a shadow over the top of the eye. And it works. See, look at this big giant brush I'm using here. Gives me that little dinky tip. It's the Henry brush. I mean, you can get it in a different, like a good sable brush would do the same, but this brush will do it. We get a good dark in here too, like right in there, right around the nostrils. And in the nostrils too, yeah. Really nice and, whoops. Dark in there, and then something back there. Maybe not that dark, but that's pretty dark. All right. Dark in here. You just have to think of places that don't receive a whole lot of light. Some darks in there. Like in between, like fabric and things like that, you'll get down in here to some shadows Ultramarine blue, glazed over a lot of these, will give you, actually ultramarine blue with a little bit of magenta. So you're making basically a blue violet. Will give you a nice looking shadow. I mean, what's up there is pretty gray and I don't like it, so I just make up my own. So I put in something like this. Oh, you can't see that. Like that. It looks like stained glass window, huh? That's what watercolor is all about. Basically, you know, a stained glass window is doing the same thing as you're doing in a watercolor. The paint is illuminating. So you're saying you're seeing the light go in it, bounce off the white paper and come back into your eye. That's what gives it the luminosity. And that's the reason why a lot of clubs don't like it when you use white in the paint. I mean, I don't mind using accents of white. I always keep all this, but I don't mind the accents of white. But I think what they're afraid of, and what happens quite often, especially with beginners, is they just get carried away with the white. And you have to do that for a while before you realize how to preserve things. You know, look at this painting I did yesterday. Just to show you what a gouache painting is. This one's gonna blow your eyes out. Are you ready for this? This one's gonna blow your eyes out. You see how opaque that is? There's a little guy in there, a little parrot in there too. You see how opaque that is? You can't really see through the paint, see? And this is very transparent. It's a very different look. So I hope that yellow didn't blow your eyes out of their sockets. We did pop art last night, so I said, you guys, we're not holding back. Right out of the tube color. Okay. But just to show you the difference, we have I use the gouache occasionally. I'm not using any gouache today, but I use the gouache when I want accents. I just noticed it gets a little cooler in his beard. I'm gonna pull off the highlights there a little bit. All right. And we can come back and hit some warmer accents. You know, sometimes it's hard to know how it's gonna look until it dries up. But I can see some warmer accents in here. And in here, just as it goes over the shadow, see? We get a little warmth in there. These little, they're called halftones. See? It's not quite, it's halfway in between the light and shadow. Now with these reflected lights, they're blowing light into that. They're actually hitting a blue light into that. So it's not normal. They're cheating. And I can leave those just like that, all hard edged, or I can just fuzz them out with just a touch of water like that. Make them all. I kind of like I like to see the steps of color like that. So you see the step of this, and it steps into that and steps into the light. Usually the tip of the nose, a little bit redder than you might think. There's something making that highlight pop so much, and that's because it's actually darker right underneath it. Could have got that bluer. Ooh, that looks kind of cool. What I'm gonna go crazy here. I'm gonna take some of that turquoise that we made with the ultramarine blue and yellow. I'm gonna throw a little bit into the shadow. Ooh, just to get that blue glow. I know what's up there is more violet, but I like this better. It's my, you know, I mean, I gotta have fun too. If I'm not having fun and I'm teaching, if I'm teaching and I'm not having fun, then, you know, I don't know why you'd want to be here. I came here to have fun, Rob. I wonder how that red got there, huh? You're probably thinking, what is that, Rob? I have no idea what that red there is. I probably bumped something. Just take a little water and scrub-a-dub-dub. It'll be fine. Throw something on top of it. Right over the shadow. Just pulling that out with an X-Acto knife. Kind of fun. Well,
So, Rob, who is he? Is he an African king or?
you know, he does. I don't know. He knows. He's got his own costumes. He's just a model, but I mean, he's like an actor. He really.
Rob, do you remember his name?
No, I have it.
I saw him at Three Kicks, that studio in Pasadena that's closed now.
That's too bad.
I don't know.
Good old Charles.
It looks like Danny Glover,
Oh yeah, it does, huh?
but it's not. I don't think it's Danny Glover, but
No. But he's kind of like the same proportions, you know. Really, he's a big, tall guy. All right, so come back and hit some of those a little bit later. Let's just go and hit some darks and we'll do the crit.
How did you do the beard?
I just laid. I really didn't do it. I just laid in some color here.
To make a
I
little.
treated it with cooler colors though. I
Okay.
treated it with cooler colors. I could have put a little more into it. Like I definitely could probably hit a little bit of something, you know, in some of these areas, and I think it gets a little bit more in shadow over here. But I treated it with cooler colors and the face with warmer colors.
Okay. I
Yeah,
just
it's-
wondered if you put any texture in there.
No, I painted it like everything else.
Okay.
It's all color and value. That's all it is. There's no tricks.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, I wish I had a trick. Like, what do you call it? Beard tricks. I will treat the hair though differently than I treat the skin. So that will definitely play into it. Yeah, we have some little shadows going on in there. Shadow in there. Definitely a pocket of shadow in And I'm just using that violet. I'm not even gonna bother making up a whole bunch of different shadow colors. Might be fun though. That one got redder. So I'll vary the color as I go though. A little darker in there, maybe really hit some blue, ultramarine blue. So I'm using ultramarine blue and magenta to make that violet. Right, this stuff casts a shadow over and into there. And it kind of comes down. This casts a shadow. Maybe a little more blue in that. And so all this goes in shadow. Right, and that casts a shadow. Most of this goes into shadow too. Ooh, it's a dark. I got something really dark on my brush. I'm gonna smack it down in the pockets. See, down underneath things. That's where you need those darks. See what it's doing? You don't have to make the noise, but if you do, it helps. I'm not joking. I go smack, then I go.
Rob, I take this class just for your incidental music humming. That's my favorite part. It's like do 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 do. I do that.
Yeah, you do the do too.
Yeah. I do my best thinking that way.
Isn't it nice to know that you're not the only one?
Isn't it? That my interns keep pointing that out. Like you hum.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I notice.
No, you're not.
I do notice. Lots of painters do. Lots of painters do it.
Rob, did you grow up in Los Angeles? Because there's this guy named Tom Hatton who had a TV show on Channel 5, and he would draw Popeye between Popeye cartoons, and he hummed. He started it.
You know what? I think I saw him.
He was so great.
I used to watch The Draw Man. Remember him, The Draw Man?
Like Bob Ross on KCTV.
This is way before that.
I didn't know somebody called The Draw Man, but
I think he's from like the 50s or something. He was
okay.
Quite old.
I'm Hobo Kelly and Sheriff John vintage.
I used to watch those too. I mean.
Yeah, and Bob Clampett cartoons, my favorite.
I know, I loved all those.
That's how I learned how to draw.
See now, you know, they say with your life, you should, you know, do something with your life that's of service in some way, possibly. The look what they did. Look what they did with their lives. I mean, it seems so simple, and look at all the people they helped.
Yeah, and Mr. Rogers, you know.
Yeah.
It just influenced generations.
Yeah.
And they were happy. He seemed like, I mean, if you had to work in Hollywood, Bob Hatton seemed pretty happy.
I mean, what's wrong with being happy?
It's very hard to achieve.
I mean, you know, a lot of, there's always a lot of things going on in the world. There's never been a time when there wasn't a lot of stuff going on in the world.
That's true.
You can't, you know, let it all get you down. I mean, there's some stuff going on now that's kind of crazy. When wasn't there? But, you know, I don't know. This was my way out growing up. I had a lot of, I should have made I painted right over his thumb. A lot of reasons growing up to want to sort of escape, and this is my way.
Great.
Drawing and painting, everything goes away. Oh boy, I could just keep going with this over and over. The accents, all the color, look at all that crazy, neat color on. I'm just throwing in That's almost like gouache, and I just hit it really heavy.
Do you teach gouache classes too?
Well, yeah, but at Art Center, we have it's called the Basics of Painting. So, yeah, I do this thing, like, that was that painting. And then, that was last night, kind of pop art. And then, just to show you like a polar opposite, this was the night before. To see how gray? So this one's almost, this is the desaturated theme, the other one is the saturated theme. So I show them all that in gouache. It's all painting to me. It's just, you know, different paint, and every paint has a little different way of working. Okay, everybody, that's us. I want to keep working on this thing. You know, I'll just have to work on it after class because we got to get to the crit. So could you guys start mailing me some things in? Email me, and try to get it to where your picture looks, so I don't have to rotate it in there, because if I have to rotate, I have to get out of the program and then download it and there's just too many people to do that. So if yours doesn't come out right, then we'll have to have you just take another picture and then send it. If you have to take 2 or 3 or 4 pictures, it's okay. I'll scream at you, but you know, everybody that takes my classes knows I scream at everybody, right? I mean, I'm a screamer over here.
I once had an art class where the teacher kicked out the, you know, in the old school, old 100 years ago, when you take figure drawing and you have to sit in those wood benches that hold your easel. So the teacher got so mad he kicked the bench out from underneath the students.
Wow.
Which in those days was acceptable, but not anymore. It would have been charged with assault, rightly so.
I mean, I always think, you know, you could do that then, and then I think to myself, but I would never do that.
Exactly. That is way too much. And it was a young girl who did it too, and that's just even worse.
I'll never forget Vern Hogarth said, "Robert Sherrill, you are the most," what did he say? "Oh, you are a complete idiot." That's what he said. Right in the class. I'm like, oh. Thanks a lot.
How confidence building, right?
I know, really. "You are a complete idiot." That's what he said to me. I'm like, "I'm not going to be like you." That's what I said. Okay. That was fun. Let me see what I got here now. Okay, I already have some people. Charlotte. Oh yeah, I have a whole lot of people. Okay. I'm going to.
Can we get a screenshot of yours, Rob?
Oh yeah. Go ahead. I'll take that off.
Can you zoom out a bit?
Wait, yeah, let me
Thank you.
see what you're seeing. Yeah, let me zoom out. Okay. Where's my. That's as much as it zooms out. Pretty big. You want me to do it this way? You can get the whole thing in. I could zoom in that way, then you can just rotate it in yours. Might be better.
Good idea.
Would you also zoom in on the face one time?
Okay, there's a good one of the whole thing. And you can crop into it all you want. By the way, that's $50 a shot, just so you know. No, I'm just joking. Okay, now I'll zoom in on the head. Hey, take one like that, and then I'll really zoom in on it.
So Rob, can we just, to get our picture to you, can we do a reply to one of your emails? Or do we have
to? No, just send it to my email,
Rob Art
11 RobArt11 at something.net.
Gmail.com.
At Google. At google.com.
Google.com.
I thought it was gmail.com.
Oh, gmail.com. I'm sorry. I can't do all this at the same time.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Does everybody have my email? Do you want me to put it in the chat? Could somebody else put that in the chat for me?
Say it again.
Oh god, here we go. Hold on. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Okay.
RobArt11@gmail.com. Okay. There it is. Probably better that you do it that way. It's Rob Art, like I'm trying to play on the word Robert. I thought it was
All lowercase?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Did everybody got that? I'm gonna screen share now.
Thank
So we're gonna go. Over to here. And then I'm gonna take, let's see, there's. Oh, we got a lot, okay. Hey, cool. All right.
I think he needs a fortune-telling bar.
I see very much success in your future.
His eye kept going back into his eyes, and I just finally just left it.
Let me see.
His
The
face
eyes
is,
look great.
yeah.
Those are some cool looking eyes.
He's looking into the future.
I see you. I see right through you.
But I was actually I did the whole thing with one of Henry's brushes.
Yeah. Yeah, the eyes look good. You know, I mean,
They're good enough.
they're the way you're painting them. See how the left side of the eye is in light, the right side of the eye is in shadow. You know. See, look at this. I can use arrows. You guys, don't get me started on the arrows. You got this going into shadow, this going into light.
But I could have blurred out the other eye completely, actually, because of the
Yeah.
shadow. I didn't.
So I wouldn't mind seeing a little more reflected light here, like I see you're pulling in around the place. Let's see.
And his ears got gigantic.
I know. What happened?
It was fun. I kept thinking he was a monkey.
Well, we have a lot in common with monkeys, so.
I can cut him back in, but I just kind of left it.
At this point, how would you put more reflective light in that? Just change the color?
Wash.
Yeah, or you could come in with your rag and wipe it out a little bit.
It got too, you can't just keep going back and going back and going back. It gets,
Yeah.
might as well just
I know.
start over. Oh, good Lord, no. But it was
You
fun.
don't really, I know in it had reflected light, but you don't really need the reflected light. You know what else will, this will also work. If you come in through here and you hit a little bit of darker right around here,
Mm-hmm.
see that'll give you some,
Put it in dark. It'll take away from the eyes a bit.
yeah, if you soften the edges though, it'll be better. I can't soften my edges, but
But it's a lot of, this head is quite a complicated situation.
yeah, there's a lot going on there. It's a nice painting. It's really fun. I love the way your paint's flowing around. I love your intuitive line quality on the side of his nose, or left side of his nose. The way you just went under his eye and right into his nose. That's just very fluid looking.
Well, thank you. And I got his hand in there too.
You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
I don't know. It was a very fun. Your classes are so much fun for me. You have no idea.
Oh, good. No, we need a break from all this
COVID.
basically quarantining, lockdown, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, get me out of here.
Just think of all these people that you're saving from heatiness and tiredness.
Yeah. Myself too. Myself included. I'm glad I have something to do.
I just hope it continues even if COVID stops, because I could never
Man.
go to Sierra Madre. It's too
I'm
far.
gonna figure something out. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but actually my Sierra Madre class, my Monday class does start. The hybrid part of it does start next Monday. So I'm gonna have both. So I guess Sean and George are both in that class. You guys could come on in.
Yeah, I'm too far away.
We could have crackers and stuff.
Hi, Rob. This is Carmen. I just realized I took your class at Creative Arts. You had a Sunday workshop. I didn't realize you were the same guy.
That's me.
That's you. I was there.
I get around.
It was like last year, like last fall on a Sunday.
Oh yeah. Okay then.
Yeah. And then I was going to try to take your class, your night class at Creative Arts, and then the pandemic happened.
Yeah.
That
Well-
was in November, I think.
Yeah. So it's going live. So if I wanted, I could go to the class. If I signed
Sure.
up, or are you full?
No, that's my. Are you in my Monday class?
No, but I take classes at Creative Arts. So is it too late to sign up?
That's the Monday morning class. The
Yeah,
Monday
that one's
night-
all like half over almost, isn't it? So we're in the fourth or fifth week.
Oh, okay.
If you want to, you could call them up and ask them. I'm sure they don't care.
Okay.
I'm sure they don't care. So
So it's Mondays?
you're more than welcome. By the
Monday
way.
morning.
Monday.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
I'll look at it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Nice. You know what? It just looks like it needs more shadows. That's all. In the face, you got some good shadows. I'm just talking about in everything else there. But we've got. So all I'm talking about is just some nice colors. I like the pattern. You even managed to indicate some patterns and stuff. So, let's come in with some shadows. Wherever you might see them. I think there's like pockets of shadow back here and all that. We didn't have enough time to get around to all that. But it'll make a big difference. And I could even see more of a little bit more contrast. A little more contrast in the face.
Yes.
I could use a little more contrast in my. I probably need. I think I need to work with some of my midtones. So I think it's.
But I must say, Robert, this was so terrifying for me when I saw this photo, and I said, I'm just going to plunge and just follow and not worry. And I'm amazed. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that could be better, but
Good.
I would never have believed I could do something even like that, however imperfect it is, So it was a lot of fun, and it's amazing. Yes, you're saving our lives, or my life.
You know what? And that's the right attitude. I know so many artists were so critical. You gotta, you just gotta understand it's not all gonna happen. You're gonna do some good work. It's not all gonna happen like right away. It's art,
But it's a lot of fun, and yeah, I view it as not paintings. I think of it as studies, experience.
Yeah, I mean, you're enjoying the experience
Mm-hmm.
of learning, and you're getting better, and I see it all the time, and that's what happens. You just get better over a course of years. Now, I've been doing this for 35 years, you guys. Honestly, I was painting in competitions as a kid.
Wow.
I come from an art family, and everything, so I was always doing it. Probably I've been doing this my whole life, but I mean, I'm talking professionally. So
So this was a lot of fun, a great challenge, and fun, yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad. I'm just looking for more shadows, more contrast. Basically, that's about it.
Right.
So that shadow on the wall, if you want to, maybe get a little more color floating around the background.
Yeah, I
Okay.
wanted to focus on the character, in particular the clothes.
Yeah.
So I wanted to leave the background as pale as possible to contrast with the colorfulness of the clothes.
Well, there you go. That's a choice.
Uh-huh.
I like choices. I like it when people make choices. So many artists were so you know, timid on the choices. So
Okay.
okay.
And I love the idea of the Moroccan markets. Wow, that'd be
Moroccan market, huh? You heard me say that earlier, huh?
great. Yeah.
You're right. I'm gonna write that down. And bazaar, huh? The bazaars.
Bazaar, yes, that's the word. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. Always my pleasure. Let's see. Now we've got a lot, you all. So I can't. I want to talk with you. No question about it. Oh, we've got two of them here. Let's see.
That's the one though, Rob.
Okay.
I sent two, but the other one's more set up. That one's the final picture.
Okay. Very light, very light and watercolory. What kind of paper are you working on?
I'm working on, I actually ordered what you recommend, but I'm
Oh, okay.
on a Arteza pad of 140 pounds. It's not, I don't really love it, but it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It just looks like it's resisting the absorption a little bit more. So you're getting more puddleization.
right?
It's not bad. It's not bad. There's another word. Yeah. So, okay. Maybe a little stronger shadows. Let's see. Like on the side of the nose here. Let me build it smaller. And underneath the nose. See what that does?
Yeah, I like that.
Just a little bit. You need some of those. This looks good. This looks good. Maybe he gets pretty dark in there. So we'll see. And then you're right, you hit that little core of the shadow, good for you. You want to hit that nice and. Now if you use when you do the shadows in his beard, if you use blues and sort of grays, it's too dark. I mean, this is too dark, but I don't have the right values. But these kind of colors, it'll feel more, beardish.
Okay. I felt like I needed something more. Okay.
I mean, I know this is way too blue, but
Yeah, I just didn't want to take away too much.
yeah. So that'll kind of, and then we have a really hard edge right here. So just take some, just soften that edge a little bit.
Okay.
Probably have a shadow up on this thing too, so I probably just didn't get to that yet. Nice. You love pattern, I can tell, because you got this right here, and then you love pattern. I do too. It's so fun to paint. Oh my gosh. All right, I mean, this hand is they're nicely drawn. I technically, I guess it's a little large. I really don't care, personally. You one thing I really love is that you got all this beautiful watercolor marks going on in here. And this shadow is turning out to be a nice little mark. By the way, notice it's kind of yellowish over here, kind of bluish over here, reddish here. And that's for a lot of variety in a piece. You probably do that I mean, you might be conscious of it, but it's not uncommon if people do that unconsciously.
Yeah, I think it's unconscious because this is my first watercolor experience. I'm not a watercolorist.
Kidding me?
No, not till the pandemic, because I wanted to paint more fluidly and outside by myself, so I just switched.
Yeah.
So you're my second class. The first one was at Huntington. So I'm kind of psyched. It's really fun. I love it. And I would love to do a scene, any scene with like
people like a farmer's market, like a little bit of, I really would love to paint an umbrella someday, things like that.
Oh, people in the rain?
Well,
Or
not
maybe
even
they're
in the
just sunning themselves, huh?
Yeah, no, like at a farmer's market when they have umbrellas up, or a cafe where they have umbrellas up. I always think that's really
I love
true.
them. Don't we all? Aren't they fun?
Yeah. So thank you so much for your help.
You're welcome. All right. And now we're at. Wait. Did I go over? Was that Michelle? I'm sorry. That was Michelle. Okay. Because I said that I love your XOXO email address.
Thank you.
I always get that. You're not. You're. Oh yeah. Okay.
I know. I'm anonymous.
Lynn.
It's fine.
Okay. Okay, Lynn. All right. Nice color state. Nice saturation. Wow. Look at this. Look at the red, yellow, blue moving around. That's interesting. That keeps it interesting.
Yeah, the face was so small, it was hard to get detail in there.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. We won't, we won't always, sometimes we're going to do with more portraits where we'll just be more cropped into just the face.
Yeah, it was fine, well,
And then I want to do some things, you guys, where we're doing like figure indications, where we'll do this whole like scene, and the figures are just sort of part of the scene. They're really not, they're like props in the scene. So, it's fun. Okay. And we have good looking shadow right here underneath the chin. That really pops the head off the body. It's nice. This is all nice. Yeah, give me some good darks. Pop the darks right in here. Really. Whoops. Really smack those darks. Anywhere you see a dark, usually under things, underneath the hands, you'll see something. Down in corners, underneath stuff. Those are good places.
I tried, but I think it dried a little lighter than I.
Yeah. So then what you want to do is put it on thick and sticky.
Yeah.
On your thick and sticky. Or thicky sticky. Whatever. That'll help. I mean, do you have any questions? It looks pretty darn good.
No, but thank you. I kind of messed up the hand. I put a shadow under there, and it spread into the fingers. So I have to work on my hands a lot. And I was trying to follow along with you. I think I'd like to go back and try another time, just looking at the photograph. It's a challenge for me to paint along with you. I think that's absorb the instruction, but then also try to paint. So it's
see these colors you're using in the face. I would use the same colors in the arms.
Yeah.
If you did that, there's no reason why you can't do the arms.
Right.
And we didn't put a whole lot of attention on the hands, so I wouldn't worry about the hands too much. Nice head. Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot. It was fun.
Good. I'm glad. That's the main thing. This is Lynn. So Steven, that's Anne, or is it Annie, or is it Anne?
It's Anne.
Okay. Hey, all right. So now
I think I was just going to say his head, I stayed to oval.
Oh, maybe a little white on the sides? Yeah, he's got a kind of a long face.
Yeah.
But that's not where really, I'm conscious of that, but it's not really what, the thrust of the class is just, first of all, this is just a lesson. Today's just let's just get it going on there first, and then we'll talk about subtleties and stuff later. Let's see. Now, let's see. Maybe a little darker in the shadow here.
Okay. Yeah.
And a nice strong shadow on the side of his nose. The one you have here is good. Usually what I do is, see the end looks like it just kind of gets into a point right here.
Right.
I would just blend that right into the rest of the shadow like this. Just blend it all right into the shadow.
Okay.
And usually when I have things get close, one shadow get close to another shadow, I usually kind of make them into a shadow shape. Something like that, just stronger shadows. Usually there's a good shadow right under the lip. You'll hear me say this time and time again. The top lip's more in shadow, the bottom lip usually catches light. Right, and now you left the beard light, so I would use blues and grays in the beard just to separate it from, and that doesn't mean that you can't use a violet or something like that, but try not to use the same colors you use in the skin. Although I did see some colors kind of coming through of the skin in the thin parts of the beard.
Right.
So that. And right, I would chop. You don't have to put any blue in there. I'm just saying maybe you can take a little off the sides here. Yeah, a little bit.
What do you mean?
You see how the head's like this? Like you said earlier. It's a little wide, so we can just narrow it in. What you can do is just take the ears in a little bit. It works for me. That's what I do. I just pull the ear in a little bit more. Yeah. Okay. And then we just need more shade. All of this, you need more shading. And it looks like you know how to shade, obviously. So just looks like you didn't get around to it.
Yeah.
Like this is a cylinder here, so give it some shadow. This is a cylinder, shadow, etc. That'll give you the depth.
Okay. Well, this was the first time I've ever done a portrait face, so I really yeah, and I'm really
okay. Well, that's a lot better than mine. I'm telling you.
Well, I'm happy with the way it turned out, but I don't think it looked like the man in the picture. I mean,
it's okay.
This guy looks way too Caucasian.
You know what I say? I say it's a head painting rather than a portrait. It's more of a head painting.
Okay.
Like a lot of times when I'm sitting in front of the model, I'll do a head painting rather than a portrait. I really don't care whether it looks like the person that much. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, I'm more into just using the person's head as a platform to study either painting issues or drawing issues or whatever I'm doing. So, yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And we're at Diane. Hey, Diane.
Rob.
All right. Nice color.
Oh, thanks. It's a little washed out, I think, when I took.
Well, mine got washed out too. I think that the whole thing is, sometimes I start with that dark local color first, and then we get glazing. I had you guys start off with the shadows and then work your way into the lights. So it takes a little more time to build into those little mid-tones on the light side that'll darken the lights.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So what happens is as we go, let me see this one. As we start modeling the form, in other words, shade the form, we have colors over here that are much darker, and then we even have colors along the side here that are much darker. And then, there's some highlight in the center. And then that starts making the whole thing look so much darker.
Yeah. But this
we just didn't close in a lot like this. Right now it's light and shadow. We just need some halftones and.
Yeah.
I mean, a darker flesh is even going to have a halftone around the outside, even out here, even though it's in the light.
Oh yeah. Already.
That's why in the shadow it gets so dark. It gets really dark, like dark down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So nice patterns, nice color, nice handling.
I should have worked on a little bit larger sheet of paper.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Got too small on you, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, pretty good. Some strong color in the half tone right there is nice. Like maybe, see right now, see how it steps from light to shadow?
Yeah.
Just need something like that in between.
Yeah, it's pretty abrupt. I have to go back and do those half.
Just a little, and now that it's dry, just a little pop in there.
Okay.
A little warmth through the knuckles and things. I mean, just take warm colors in there.
Okay.
Fingertips warmer.
Okay.
I went around the nose, so I went around that highlight. I mean, that's obviously ridiculous, but
And the eyes were just like so small. I couldn't even. I mean, I didn't. At least I kind of left the white of the highlights, but I think they're too big. But the eyes on mine are just like so teeny.
yeah.
But I'd like to do just the man's face, just to study it, do another study and just do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
So some I mean that's obviously too hot, but if you get it darker, the highlight on his nose will pop out.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I know I just made him look like he has a sunburn because I don't have all the right colors here. So anyway. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This was fun. Thanks.
That's a great idea too. Doing a study on your own. Oh, hey, cool. All right. I love these grays you're getting in here.
Thank you.
Look at these beautiful. I love grays. I love everything. I love all saturated colors, gray colors, but these are really wonderful. And look, you got nice saturation. So you're quite you love color, I can tell you that. I mean, everybody in here loves color, but when you can see in this piece, you have a way with color. Naturally. I got a question for you.
Okay.
Is the issue of perspective? Is perspective hard for you?
Yes.
See, it's almost 100% with colorists. If you're a natural colorist, then perspective is hard for you. But some people are natural draftsmen. They're just and it's funny how the drawing tends to play more on the analytical side, whereas the painting part is a little more intuitive. So I'm the same way. I worked really, really hard at drawing, but I always had color. I never had to work at it. And so be happy you have that, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice to have that.
I think for me, I worked on too small a piece of paper because I couldn't really do what you wanted us to do on the face because it was too small.
Oh yeah?
So I need to work larger next time.
How big is this?
Oh, it's probably
Like mine.
8 by 10.
On a couple
Yeah.
things.
It's around my size. Mine's 9 by 12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really, it's taller than everybody, but I could just.
Oh. Remember to mute yourself. Whoever's talking.
Oh, nice.
Just hit the mute button, okay?
Oh, Rob, I was wrong. This is like
Yeah.
this is like 6 by 9.
Oh, that's small. Yeah, that's too small.
Yeah, you have to apologize. No worries.
Okay, hold on. I have to mute this person.
I figured you.
You gotta remember to mute yourself, everybody, okay?
Like, ooh.
Adrian, remember to mute yourself, okay? I'll mute you. Oops, did I just mute? I'm sorry.
That's okay. I unmuted
There you
it.
go. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, wonderful colors. We just need more shading. I love how you took green into his face. That's great. Beautiful.
We're not screen sharing
Will you
anymore.
just
I don't
screen
think.
share again?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm saying yours, not mine.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because I was looking at the email. It looks the same as the screen sharing. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah. Because the arm looks flat.
Yeah.
Because you haven't shaded it. The one on the right hand side that I'm looking at has a lot more shading in it, so you're starting to develop form. So
Yeah, the one on his right-hand side is really quite deformed, but anyway, didn't do that very well.
now here's a little trick too. Let's see. Just remember when come on, get out of my way here. Okay. Remember to take like this part of the arm, pull it in front of there. If you can even see that at all. But see what that does?
Yes.
You got this part in back of.
Yeah.
That makes this part feel like it's in front of this.
Okay.
And that's pure drafting, right? That has nothing to do with painting. That's everything to do with drawing.
Yeah.
I mean, painting is just an advanced form of drawing, but you know what I mean? You just need to make it feel like this form's in front of that form, that's all. And that'll give you more foreshortening. Get some darks in there. Okay. Anyway, nice color. Nice color. I want that color. That is nice color. That's like Bonnard color right there. Huh?
Is the shadow too blue? Is it too bold?
Well, here?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think so. I like it. No, I don't have any problem. I really like that. Yeah. That's one of the things I was reacting to right away. That I think it's just fine. Okay.
Thank you, Rob.
Francis, and let's Claudia. There we go. Okay.
Hi, Rob. This was really fun. That's my first time with you.
Great. Nice. You got that intensity in his face. He's like looking at you and yeah. Yeah, buddy. I got your number. Okay, nice colors in the face. Now using black or in the face or?
No, no black. A lot of ultramarine blue.
It's just reading, it's reading black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nice darks. They do jump, so maybe what we need to do here is just get a little bit darker with the shadows. So we better. And really, you always want shadow on the, see, you always need it on the nose itself.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then wrap it, I just took it and wrapped it into these other shadows. And I think, there was blue in that. So, let's see what we're doing here. Yeah. I'm just hitting that core of the shadow there a little darker.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want a little bit of reflected light in there.
So a little dark there. Mm-hmm.
And then in the eye itself, I would put a little bit of shading, like on this. See what that does? See how it makes it? See how it goes from flat to round?
Mm-hmm.
Because the light's coming from this side. So you're going to have even the white of the eye will get a little more shadow on this side.
Okay.
So they're little things, but you've been painting for a while, obviously. This is nice. And drawing for a while. Your drawing is great. The hands look fantastic.
Well, thank you. I always have a hard time with hands, so I don't know.
Well, you should be happy with this one. I like that. I like the hands. Not easy to do, and he's got really expressive hands. Yeah, I would think about some different colors in the hands, little plane changes, a little darker. I'd nail yourself a really good dark in the shadow, because his flesh is already dark, so it's going to get really dark in the shadows down there.
I have a question. When you're saying you're using red, yellow, and blue, is that cad red, cad yellow, and ultramarine? And
I mean-
that's how it's everything?
Typically, those are the colors I use in people's flesh. Sometimes I'll throw in some different colors. You can do it with different colors, but you need the red, yellow, and blue of something. Like I can use lemon yellow, magenta, and Prussian and get some pretty good flesh tones off that too.
Okay. So you wouldn't use, because in the beginning I was using things like, I don't know, like some beige color that I already have mixed. You wouldn't do that. You would mix all your beiges yourself.
Yeah, I tend to mix most of my colors myself.
Okay.
Yeah, because that gives me more variety in my colors. I don't just have this one color. I see what you're doing here. You have this blue, and you have the little variety in the color. And you did the same thing back here. Good.
Yeah.
So when you mix your colors, every time you mix a color, you mix it a little different, and you give a little different variety. So that's the thinking behind that, anyway. All right, so all this beard on the shadow.
Yeah, I lost the beard a little bit, I think, or maybe I should just darken it.
On the shadow side, just give it a little more shadow.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Yeah, and then in these, just go into some of these darks, smack them.
And it wouldn't become too opaque. That's my fear, that I'm gonna get too opaque if I start adding more.
Right, you don't want to get too dark. You mean too opaquely dark?
Yeah, because for example, where you said that you use black, I think it got a little too opaque in those areas.
Yeah. Well, again, if you always take a look at Sargent, the way he handles not only flesh tones, but when he hits darks, he just really hits those darks.
Okay.
So,
okay.
It's good to look at.
Okay. Yeah, I love Sargent, so.
Yeah, he's really good to look at as a good example of how to use darks. He really, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he hits a black, but he really doesn't use much black.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And we've got Debbie. Let's see. Hey, now this looks pretty unsaturated.
Yeah, I know, very.
No, that's a good. I mean, that could be a very good thing. I don't. Were you intending that?
Honestly, what happened was my colors dried way lighter than I expected, and so then I started glazing a little bit.
Yeah.
But I left a lot of it because I felt like I was losing any kind of color harmony. But anyway, there we go.
Well, you have color harmony. The gray is harmonizing everything. It's got a beautiful look to it. Really does. I love unsaturated paintings. But now what you've done is you've given it a little spice with these little pieces of saturation here and there. You've got this. So you do have some little shots of saturation. I love your calligraphy on there. That's really cool. I love that stuff. So on his flesh tones, a really great place to hit saturation is in the halftones, like right in here. So it's just as they're turning in the flesh, turning into shadow. Little bit of, that's too much, but this thing's either gray or pure red or something, but little pieces of saturation just as it's going into shadow. I mean, these are obviously way too saturated, but
yeah, no, that's very helpful. I'm going to just wait till later in the day since I have this other pressing thing going on. But this is real helpful.
Yeah, and then keep it cool in the beard. I wouldn't hit any saturation in the beard.
Yeah.
Little bit of warmth in the cheeks. Nice and dark, and especially in the top of the eyes. Really get it nice and really smack those darks at the top of the eyes.
Sorry, my dog's. Actually, I've already locked myself into a room as far as I can get from the dog because she's incredibly loud. Okay.
What kind of dog is she?
She's a cocker poodle, and she's enraged because we have people mowing in back.
Oh. You know what I really like that you did here? This shadow on that green, this violet shadow is just magical. This is so beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
This on this green you chose. Those two colors just really work together. Yeah, that was a good move. I'd be happy with that one. And this shadow here too is nice.
Great. Yeah, thank you. It's kind of a bit of a work in progress. You know, I kept getting.
So are we all.
Yeah. All right then. Thanks very much, Rob. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Debbie. Okay. Betsy. All right, Betsy. I think this is the first figure I've seen you do.
Yeah, this is the first time I joined the class.
All right. Beautiful. A lot of rhythm. Look at all the rhythm. Woo, nice hand, nice foreshortening. Let's see. I like the way you handled all the clothes and everything. What I would do, and I've been saying this on a lot of people, see how I just put a black in this halftone right here? And because I did that on a desaturated sort of skin tone, it really makes it look even grayer. But watch what happens when I put something more saturated. Or maybe even now I'll go over that with a little bit of that brown. See?
So,
a little saturation.
We'll add some color, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't set it the common sense way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, add some color. Yeah, see? Just hit little shots of saturation.
Right, warmth and cool. Yeah,
Mostly
really,
you have plenty of cool. I wouldn't go in the cool direction too much.
okay.
I would go in the warm direction.
Oh, I see. It really pops it. Yeah.
Just hitting some half tones. These are they're going to be really red, but
Look at those lipstick.
yeah, it looked like lipstick until I go over with the brown. There, a little more brown. So just more saturation, and the same with the arms. This drawing, I mean, look at the drawing. You got the fingers, you got the rings for shortening.
Kind of.
All I want you to think about is color. Your drawing is finished, absolutely finissimo.
Yeah, it was too small. I was, again, probably a 6 by 8 or something like that. So I should a lot bigger. Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we might do more of a scene next time, so that'll be a little different.
Okay.
And then when we do a portrait, we'll do it larger. We'll crop in on the head, more on the head like that.
Okay.
So, all right. Just a little saturation in the flesh tones is all I'm seeing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Gotta add some color.
All right. Another colorist. You guys. You're my people. Not to say if you're a draftsman, you're not my people, because like I say though, I had, colorists don't have to learn color, and in draftsmen, I've seen people that they just take the drawing like that. I mean, just like that. It's unbelievable. I've seen it. I don't understand it, but I see it. I've seen it. Anyway, beautiful color. Your color is sublime everywhere. I want more color in your flesh tones though. And then I want more lights and shadows. Actually, you have enough light. We need to really block out these, let's see, the flesh. There's some serious shadow in here. Serious shadow. On here.
Find it more.
We got you now?
Yeah.
Okay. So all I'm doing is giving it a little more shadow. see this dark you have on this side?
Right.
Well, oftentimes we tend to think that there's dark on that side because what we're really trying to do is separate the nose or elevate the nose off the face. But I would actually maybe burn a little bit of that out and lighten it up a little bit over here.
All right.
Yeah. And then, so we're just getting the light and shadow. And you know, I'm not even gonna advise you on color really, because your color is fine. You know, I just want you to think about light and shadow.
All right.
Nice dark. See when I hit a nice, and think about value too. See what happens when I hit a really good dark in there.
Right.
All these little pockets. Give yourself some really good darks.
Okay.
Those will really help. And then the same with the hands and the arms.
Okay.
Your color sense is fantastic. You've got a great color sense.
Thank you.
Do you know who Bonnard is?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Or is it Bonnard? I don't know how to say that. Bonnard, probably wrong. You don't see the D, Rob. Okay. Kim. All right. All right. A lot of hard edges. And it's good to have some hard edges. Just occasionally some soft edges too. And then very easy to break down hard edges. Just come in, melt them down. Just put a little water along some edges. Get yourself some soft edges as well. Especially, yeah, on the face you do have some pretty good soft edges. Did you have to rub those out? I'm not getting you. Kimberly, can you turn your mic on? Just hit your mic, the red mic. No? Or is she here? Okay, I'll just critique it. Let's see. And of course, more of what you're doing in the face on the arms. Yeah, just find that mic if you can. It's usually in the bottom left-hand corner of your, but it depends on what kind of computer you have. So, you know, a little bit more of that, kind of a little more saturation in your midtones. Your colors on the clothes are fantastic. Wouldn't touch that. A little more serious shadow on this nose here. A little darker. Is that you, Kimberly? No? We haven't got you yet, huh? I can't tell whether she's in the... Here, I can do this. Let me show you. Is Kimberly there?
I believe she left. She wrote in the chat.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. Oh, you wrote me in the chat. There you go. Sorry. Thank you. And let me screen share. I wasn't looking at my screen sharing has stopped and the shared window is closed. Oh, why did it stop? What's going on here? Let me see. Hold on a second. Oh, that's nutty. Okay. So that's what happens when I go out. When I have to go out of the. That's fine. So sometimes if I have to go out of the screen sharing, then it takes me a while to get back in. Okay, so you know, a lot of hard edges. We just talked about melting down some of these hard edges and some saturation in your halftones. And same in the flesh tones. I think all your clothes are just fine. That's it. Maybe the top lip, a little more shadow on the top lip, and a little shadow underneath the bottom lip. People leave that out. You got to get something under there, right under there, because the bottom lip will cast a shadow over all that. So it's weird, but it seems like it's a small deal, but when you leave it out, it matters. So, okay. Thank you. And we've got Barbara Lester. Hey, Barbara. Let me get my little mark off your face. There you go.
Oh, thank you. I was wondering.
Beautiful color. See, now I call this a high key painting. In other words, all the values are very, very light. So now if you hit all the values light, then you're kind of in a higher values key. And that's another thing. We should do that in here. A lot of times what I'll do is, and they're very beautiful paintings. Now the thing about watercolors, it's inherently going to dry lighter anyway. So it's very normal in a watercolor to have all the darks dry way too light. And hence a very high key painting. And that's what people tend to love that about watercolors. But so there's two ways you can go in this painting. You could either go into the more actual values, which are probably darker, hitting some of these darker darks. Or what you could do is realize that you have a beautiful looking painting here in the higher key, and maybe actually, like for instance, this blue over here it's about the darkest thing in the piece. So what I'm going to do is lighten it up. And that really brings us into this eye right here. So then you can be very careful. If you want to keep a high key painting and don't hit any of those darks too hard, you could go that route. So there's so many ways to paint a painting. I'm not joking. I mean, people think it's just copying, and it's not. So, but even at that, even on a light painting, I could still come in with these the core of the shadow right there, possibly a little bit. Little something underneath there.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit more on there. Maybe the top lip, a little more shadow on the top lip.
Okay.
And we just said about the bottom lip too, a little bit something under there. And that won't kill the high key of it. It just depends on what you want to do with it. I can still see even a little bit darker down there, but I don't want to get it too dark. So then you have this modeling of the flesh here. I would handle it very much like you're handling all this up in here. It's a lot more basic though. Just come in with the shadow on this side, the light on that side, and some saturation in between the two.
Okay.
Like that. Okay. I think a few little nice darks, they don't have to be really dark, but just darker around the hands, both hands, would get them to sit down a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah. So just something, you need something in there, a little bit darker.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, I kind of wiped out that other hand, so I went over it I kind of cheated. I went over with pencil a little bit on the lines between the fingers.
And I think that's about it. Nice looking color, really nice color.
Thank you. I loved it. I thought it was going to be so hard to do, and it's
good.
It turned out to be fun to do.
Good. It looks good. I mean, good. I'm glad. Nice color. Okay. Thank you, Barbara. And we've got Carmen. All right. Let me clear my.
Rob,
Yeah.
I sent you a second picture because I didn't, this one I zoomed in too much and I didn't get the hands, although I didn't finish painting the hands, but
There you go.
there, yeah.
All right.
I'm the drawer and not the colorist.
Yeah, this is nice. You know what though? Yeah, you can tell one thing you're doing. You've got good method here. The method is really good. See how you're treating everything very flat?
Yeah.
Very flat. That's a good way to do things in watercolor. And it's a good way to get good color, by the way, because you can treat a whole area instead of seeing the form. See, what happens with draftsmen too much is that they're looking for highlights and shadows and reflected lights and all these things, and they're not seeing the body of the color and letting the color kind of swim around.
Okay.
So you're doing it. We need a little more contrast in the head. Let's see.
Yeah, and see my problem is too I work too wet and then it dries too light. So what you were saying, you had a little term about the saturation, thick and
sticky.
Sticky. I need to get thicker when I'm going on when it's still wet, right? So
let's see. That's only for the darks. That's only for real good darks. I let things dry up a little bit and then I glaze back over them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a slow painter and it was hard to keep up and I started slow and so.
Oh, no, that's fine. See how I'm pushing the contrast a little bit more?
Yes.
In the shadow. So I think that's what you need is a little more contrast. We have this highlight over here, so if I go around that highlight, that's how we can get the highlight to pop a little bit more.
Okay.
I mean, which means I probably need more contrast. So I know it was actually pretty dark. So think about that. I probably have something in there.
Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot.
Yeah. And well, yours makes the noise too, huh?
Yeah.
Is it a Logitech?
No, it's just a Mac.
Okay.
So you do wait for the face to dry?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I don't do everything wet into wet, no.
Okay.
I mean, I have wet into wet effects. I like the effects.
Uh-huh.
But I wait for things to dry and then I glaze over that. Yeah. Well, have you been in places where they do everything wet into wet or?
No, it's just that you were going so fast I couldn't. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to paint and then watch too, and so I couldn't tell. Like, did he wait? What did he do next? And he probably went to the clothes and then came back up to the face when it had dried a little more or something. But it's just hard to keep up.
Well,
and I mean, that's why you videotape it for us, right?
Yeah.
So we can go back.
And I did go over the proportions and stuff, so I had to kind of go a little bit faster.
Okay.
We won't go over that.
The proportions really helped me with the drawing, so.
Oh, good. And the same thing with this arm. Give it some shadow over on this side. Give it light on this side. This looks pretty good. And I would treat the arms just like you're treating the face.
Okay, yeah. That's what I didn't do either, is like when I did the shadows on the face, I forgot to do the arms, and then I didn't have the same color. And,
well, there's probably not enough time.
Yeah. So, okay.
And your color's not bad at all. I'll tell you the big secret though is this. This is the secret to nice color. Letting there be within a color field, like let's just call this whole background a color field.
Mm-hmm.
Letting there be you got the yellow version here, the red version here. I mean, you can see this right here could be more like a blue version.
Yeah, I paid attention when you were doing that.
Good.
Because I dropped in while it was still wet. I went back and got the colors and dropped them in.
Well, good. You get a happy face. Okay.
Thank you. One more screenshot, don't go yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I took my happy face off there for you.
Oh.
Okay, we've got Henry. Hey, cool.
Hi, Rob. Yeah, this is. I love the color, the garment.
Yeah, boy, you really got the water. Now, are you working on hot press paper or what?
It's a very cheap Carson. I think a Carson 140 or something. This is the notebook paper.
Yeah.
Carson. Kansen, right? Kansen. Yeah, Kansen paper.
So you see the edge right here, right there, and you get these kind of edges too.
Too hard.
I call them puddly edges.
Oh, puddly.
That's what happens on hot press paper, and that's what happens.
This is I think a wood paper, not cotton paper. Yeah. Machine.
Well, all it means is that it didn't absorb.
Right.
So the paint stayed up there and gave you kind of a ring around the dot.
Yeah, that's.
I love that.
I love it too.
When I was doing professional portraits, I used to do that absolutely on purpose.
Yeah. I just let it dry from the stain mark, or you call it the hard edge.
All right, so looks pretty darn good.
Thank you.
Maybe just give me some darks, I guess. I don't know. Darks.
Mhm.
You know, all the way down in there. Face looks good. I mean, I would treat the arms a little bit darker, like the face you did.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
and beard looks good. Head looks good. A couple of darks around the hands, just to make them stand out a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
It just make it sit. Love the clothes. You know how. I mean, that's fantastic. I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, I added the ring on the arm already. You can see it here.
The green.
The ring, the arm rings.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that place. I missed that. I added.
There's a couple here too, I think.
Yeah. So maybe a little gouache on the little.
Oh, I don't know if you need gouache. You could though if you want.
Okay.
I don't know if you really need it. Let's see. And then I had, what was I going to say? Oh, some more saturation in your halftones, like in here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You say this has been working for me, so I'll hit this like red in there.
Just like a more intense local color. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. A little darker, and then I come back with a little. Not that dark, but you know, that's what I'm talking about. Just a little more saturation and things. I know he looks like he has a cold and everything, but just getting over COVID here. But
Okay.
let's see, some more saturation here and there, like in the lips. Give me some red in there too.
Okay. Upper lip. More.
Yeah. That's about it.
Okay, thanks.
I especially love the little puddle marks.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you like that. Yeah. We in Chinese painting we create this with we call blooming effect by dripping
They
water.
just call that blooming, huh? Okay.
Yeah, it's just like a wet into wet. You let it build that stain mark by dripping water or more paint into wet stroke. So so that will create the.
So now, we call this the bloom. What's happening there?
Oh yeah, that's bloom. Okay, I got it. The bloom
So
also
that's
is good, right?
I don't know. You have all these names like the chop stroke or something like that. Like, what is that?
Yeah. Well, I try to find that name. It's a sim line. Sometimes they call it or stem mark.
Semini?
Sim. In Chinese they have a term for that line called the sim line. It's a direct translation, but I don't think it makes sense maybe in the English. Sim, like a, it's like a contour line. Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually it's along the contour, but maybe a plan inner contour. Yeah.
Planning those things, they can look really good.
Yeah, especially with transparent colors. I think I use the very transparent color today, so.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You get that little ring around the edge. I love that.
Yeah, everywhere. It's wherever.
Just reminds us about watercolor. You know, it's a watercolor. Okay, thank you, Henry.
Thank you.
All right. What's your name, Crew? A Crew. What's your first name?
It's Adrienne.
Adrienne. Okay.
Hi. I also am working on
I see it right there now. Yeah.
I'm working on a small piece of paper, so that's why I laughed these out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This is a small one too. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you is that some pen mark?
Yeah, that's pen work. I cheated.
No, I like that. I want to do that in here too. I want to definitely have I call it the travel look. You know, when you have your little thing and you draw it out with a Sharpie and then you put in your colors.
Yeah, I love that.
I do too. I mean, I really love it. It's fun to do that in paint too. So, okay. Yeah, how big is this?
It's only 4 by 4 inches.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going Adam Elmheimer.
That's small. Maybe you should have done the head at that scale.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I also had to take a phone call, so I didn't get to see your drawing. So I see my gesture isn't quite as full as everybody else's, and I see that my shadow should have been shorter. The head was too high.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I like the line work. Just we need some shading, probably like in there. Maybe a shadow across here from the head casting onto the shoulder. That type of deal.
Oh, nice. I see.
Yeah. And now I don't know if you can do this or not, but he does have like a little triangle of light right here on the.
Oh, okay.
So, and maybe. And this is something you might want to do with white if you wanted to mess around with it. You wouldn't believe what you can do with these.
Okay.
If you hit a little. Yeah, I'm not averse to using white, so it's totally up. Some people are, and that's just fine. I just gave it a light side and a shadow side. That's all. It had a dark line on the light side over here, and so I just took that out and put some light in there, and then maybe we could go around that with a little bit of. What color? Something like that.
Perfect.
And then what else? Just some shading. Think about what's on the right hand. So everything that's on the right hand side. I'm sorry. Everything on the right hand side is in shadow. On this left hand side, as it turns around, and these two little bracelets really show you the direction of the form. So as it turns this way, it goes into shadow. As it turns over this way, it goes into light. Real.
Yeah.
Kitty.
Kitty is freeloading.
Kitty.
Well, I see. So you're lightening the hand because of the shadow.
Yeah, I'm throwing a little warmth into the hands too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his hands are pretty dark, and I know I did mine pretty light too, but
Thank you. Uh-huh.
his hands are pretty dark, so I would, maybe going more like we did up in here.
Okay.
There just wasn't enough time, but that's okay.
Yeah, I found a bigger palette paper. I'm grateful for your internet class. I'm all the way up in Humboldt County.
Cool.
So thank you.
My mom lives in Gold Country.
Oh, that's so wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, it's, she
So
lives out,
beautiful.
way out in the mountains. Way out.
She wasn't
So far,
affected by the
it's hard to
fire.
visit her.
Was she affected by the fire? 2 years ago?
The last one was about 2 years ago, and it came about a mile from her house.
Gee, she's lucky.
It took everything out. I mean, we were really worried.
Yeah.
It was more
yeah.
like 3 years ago. But yeah, they have bad fire problems. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. And Toby. Ooh. You're still doing the Turner thing, huh? See, because it looks so light and atmospheric.
Yeah, well.
It's a great way to lay in color and paint. So now, we just need a little more contrast. And what you do is you leave it uncontrasty in areas you don't want. Typically, I would say, more contrast up in here, up in the eyes.
Yes.
And less down here. Maybe a little bit in the hands, but not necessary. I'm just putting a little bit more up in here, and then a little bit more in there. That's pretty dark. The top lip you'll want in shadow. You did hit a little bit under there, see? And those kinds of things. I'm just developing a little bit of form, that's all.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a killer lay-in though. Beautiful lay-in. And now this is probably too much that I have in there now for your painting. Your painting's really high key. If you're really trying to get that Turner atmospheric kind of quality, then I probably wouldn't go that much. I wouldn't go any more contrast than that.
Mm-hmm.
You just need very little pieces of contrast in areas. That's all.
Great. Yeah.
Great color. Man. Yeah, that was a good one the other day you did. That Turner was really good. I wish I would have thought to push that idea more. I was thinking more of his early paintings, and I should have been thinking about those, because that's what he's known for, the atmospheric thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's too much contrast. Any questions?
No, I felt like I did need to go back in, but I was kind of waiting for things to dry up to see where it was really at. So I just sent it in. But I see that the eyes and some of the features.
Yeah, just touches. And I mean, very, very subtle. It doesn't need much at all.
Would you say just the face, or is there any other area that you think needs a little something?
Well, we could always put in a little bit of something into the hands, a little more modeling of form into the hands, possibly. If you wanted more contrast, the hands would be, the third most expressive thing on the body. It's usually the eyes and then the corners of the mouth and then the hands.
Okay.
So.
Great. Okay, wonderful.
Thank you. If you wanted to model the clothes a little bit more, you could, but I love it the way it is, so it's really up to you.
I like the way that they were working out, but I was gonna probably do the face, the eyes, especially a little bit, and some shadow and so forth. But then I was curious about if I should work, if it would help with any other parts. So, okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Toby.
Bye.
All right, Mitsuko. Ooh.
Hi,
Yeah, that's
Rob.
what I would say unsaturated. But
Yes, it's on a cold paper.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
For some reason that I did it oil paper.
Oh, it's oil paper.
Yes.
Because it looks a lot, I mean, that oil paper looks a lot like watercolor paper.
But it repels.
Oh, it does. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that could be a good thing, you know? I mean, if that's what you're, but not if you're not expecting.
Some area it works, but some area.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll resist, huh? Oh, because it's got some sort of coating on it, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, of course, as usual, I love your calligraphy, your calligraphic strokes. Very. I love the mark making, definitely. And there's your, wow, look at you. You got your yellow, you got your red, you got your blue.
Yeah,
you weren't gonna leave that out.
Yeah, actually I just use three, that's, those three.
Look at the action, everybody. Look at the action of her strokes. There's a lot of action in this piece. And I love taking things like fabric and just seeing it as a platform just to play with paint. Look at that. Love those marks. Beautiful marks. Okay, so maybe a little more shading up in here, possibly.
Oh, yes.
Are you having any issues with it, or any
but
questions?
You tell me how this basically.
So, like for instance, this could use a little bit of shading under the nose.
More shading.
Yeah. So if you take that and just take it out, whoops. If you take that out into the shadow. Let's see. Over there, and then some shadow on the nose. I mean, something actually on the nose. I think that's highlight a little bit smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Just to give it, because it looks a little flat like that.
Okay.
So what I'm doing is I always start everything off flat like this, and then I model it, which means I just start bringing in tones, working in my my values to get the kind of tonality I'm looking for. Okay. That's about it. A good shadow here. Look good. Nice. And I do the same thing in the arms. Just need more color in the arms. Other than that, I think we're okay. I mean, I'm not really caring about the detail. And I like your sort of brushy look, the lost and found look.
Yeah, that's because of the cold paper.
Yeah. And you're supposed to say, hey, I meant to do that.
Yeah, but
I love this look.
My when I go along with you, it's more like I like to be more clear. I like to be more expressive. But when I go along and try to learn the kind of academic way,
yeah, it's a little more tight.
It's more tight, a little tight, right? It's than usual.
Now, I don't mind in my class, everybody. I do not mind if people just and I'm painting and you're painting and you just kind of paint your own thing. And so you don't have to copy every little thing I'm doing. Mostly I'm doing it as a demo. And then if you want to, you could look at the recording, and then you can get the lesson out of that. Some people do their own thing. Some people really want to know what I'm doing, and then they follow along. That it's all okay with me. I just want to let everybody know that that's totally okay with me. If you want to just cut loose someday, and in other words, use this. It's your class. Use it. I'm not the kind of person that where I'll say you're not doing exactly what I intended, And I'll know when I see your work. Like, I know Charlotte tends to do a lot of her own thing. You do. Mitsuko, I mean, you
Yes. I know that that's why, I like to take your classes, because you let the people do what they want. But at the same, it's just a struggle in myself. It's like I like to learn what you said. I like to listen, and at the same time, I like to use my intuition. Sometimes it's hard to do things at the same time.
So yeah, for you, this is pretty tight.
Yes.
And that's okay. It's more like information, and then when you do your own work, you do it more in your own way, and
yes. So
and then you maybe take a couple of little pointers I said, and that's all. Love the calligraphic marks. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Gail. All right. So you're pretty high key in this one too. Let's see. Another high key painter. So high key just means all your values are very, very light. It's pretty. All right. So and then nothing wrong with that. My values came out a little bit on the light side too. I'm not so sure I hate that though. It's one thing I kind of like about watercolors is that they, oftentimes they don't dry like you expect, and sometimes you just like them more. Anyway, these are nice colors. I would get a little more shadow underneath the nose. And then, it casts a shadow over into here. It is pretty dark in here on him. Now, if you're going to get that dark around his eyes, or maybe you just intended to keep it high contrast around his eyes, so we would go there. We do. I mean, you can't help to go to the... Usually you can't help to go to the eyes anyway. Just because we're attracted to eyes, that's people. But... So it's a pretty high-key painting. And...
I didn't spend very much time on the clothing. I mainly moved to the face.
Right. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. You can do this anytime, yeah. Yeah, I spend a lot more time on the face too. So I see how I'm building up a little bit darker right here, so it feels like there's reflected light over here in the shadow. Sometimes I'll even hit that, maybe take a little glaze of something cool in that reflected light. I mean, these are ridiculous colors, but.
Yeah, that looked good.
If I hit something like that in there, and then go over it, so it feels like you have something cool in the shadow. That could be fine. Other than that, nice looking color. Nice subtle color. I love subtle color. Nice. Yeah, I hit a little shadow over the top lip, maybe a little more shadow beneath the bottom lip. Remember, this is round. Might even get a little something in there, I'm not sure. But remember, the muzzle's round, so you're going to get some shadow probably over in this area. It just works its way around like a ball. And something in the corner of the mouth usually. All right, and then we get some shadows over here, possibly. Maybe not, just a little bit of something. And the same ideas on the arms. Of course, maybe you'll do those later, or maybe not. We'll see. That's the cool thing is about you can still work on these on your own, or do another one on your own based on the lessons. Who knows? Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Rob, this is Alice. I have to leave at 1:30. Can you do mine first if you don't mind?
I'm on yours right now.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
sure. You could have asked me to do that earlier, just so you know.
Okay.
That might have helped you more. I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Nice looking color, very dynamic painting. A lot of contrast. We need more shadows, and it looks unfinished as far as all the shadows going, but I mean, we could do
Yeah.
that. Get more shadows in here, maybe under there. Maybe
I
on
think the
page.
background is too strong. The background colors.
I mean, I don't mind them. I don't mind. I think they're kind of cool.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Yeah,
They resonate. That is gorgeous.
I think so too. If you want this to read more as a shadow, though, I'd probably make it darker.
Yeah.
So right now, it kind of just flows in with the other colors in the background. So I mean, that's an
Right,
idea.
right.
I'd like to see some shadows on the bottom of the nose like this, and on the side,
Yeah.
a little stronger. And like I said earlier, maybe a little bit of something like that.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that makes a big difference. Yes.
And then one of these days I'm going to do a whole painting with this this funny thing. Anyway.
No, it helps.
Can
It
help,
really
yeah.
does.
And like if you wanted to, maybe even throw in a little bit of cool in the shadow if you like. Just think about it.
Okay.
Something crazy. Another area for shadow. And then I would treat this arm the same way. So I would throw in the blue in the reflected light here.
Yeah, yeah. It definitely needs more shadow definition.
Yeah. Nice bracelets though. Look at those bracelets. You got some nice looking bracelets there. Wow.
Thank you.
You love jewelry, don't you?
I do. My father was a jeweler.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. How about that? Yeah, so we just need to work out some lights and shadows. Yeah, you got those rings, really. Look at those rings. Nice.
I feel like I'm looking at a Matisse painting. It's beautiful.
I had fun doing the hands for some reason. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's great.
And you see what you did here is when you bring the darks into the shadows right around here, it looks more like a shadow instead of a dark mark. I didn't do that on mine, but see, you put something. You got to have something in those shadows, and then it starts feeling more like a shadow. Lights and darks in the shadow. Anyway, that was a good move.
Yeah. Thank you. You don't think the background is too strong? I shouldn't put like some white wash on it?
Sure. I could see you putting in some white wash. I mean, it's up to you. I don't have a problem with it though.
Really? It's not competing with the figure?
If you wanted, what you could do is soften the edges too, and the white gouache will do that.
Okay.
I think it's definitely a choice worth exploring. Yeah. I leave that up to you. I don't have a problem. I don't really have a problem with the background. I know it's very active, but it just kind of feels like a romantic sort of turbulent background, you know. I don't mind that. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And George. George, you know, you're a little too timid with your color. I need you to feel your wild oats with the color, okay? Because, you know, that background is just too subtle. Woo!
I thought Alice's background was tame.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that funny how we all have these different ideas? Now, one little quick little thing. Let's see. If you take, I personally would take, and this is just a small deal here, but if you take a little bit of the yellow into your shadow, it'll feel more like a shadow. It feels a little separate because it doesn't have any of the. It doesn't feel like a shadow on a yellow wall, you know.
Okay.
So if you took a little bit of that background color right into it, it would feel more like it belongs, like a shadow is a part of it. That's all.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's got a look to him. Wow, this guy's got a. He's been places and done things. Okay. Yeah, a little. I'm thinking maybe a little more shadow on that right side. Maybe at the top lip. Maybe a little more shadow on the top lip. Other than that, I don't know. Colors look nice. It's nice to see strong color like that. Yeah, you know, as we come out into the light, maybe a little more shading. You know, just a little bit.
Okay.
Things like that. Yeah, that's some psychedelic color.
It's the Holbein paint.
Oh yeah. Do you have those three colors? Do you have the quinacridone yellow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Some of that is in the hat.
Ah. So you've got the sort of teal color and you've got the opera.
Yes.
Or turquoise, let's see.
Yeah.
Very nice. I love all the patterns. You know, it's an expressionist piece. And he definitely has an expression. Come here. I want to talk to you. Now, so a little more contrast, I'm thinking.
Okay.
And if you want to, I wouldn't even be shy about putting some of that turquoise in the shadow of his face. Ooh.
Yeah.
Very light. Give it the George way.
Right.
All right. I love it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see. Who else? Oh. I thought Hector would be here today. I guess he's not here.
Hector is in the hospital.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
George, was he because of the side effect?
Well, he had a second vaccine and he was relating all his symptoms to that, but it looks like he might have had a stroke in the eyes, shooting blood clots from his heart.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hope he recovers.
Yeah. I hope it doesn't mess his painting up.
It'll just get looser.
I know, right? He'll be like Monet in the last days, right? Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'll tell him everyone was asking for him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, well. Okay, everybody. That was fun.
Yes.
Did I get everybody, by the way? Did I miss anyone? Okay, I know some people left early and they'll have the crit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rob?
Yeah.
I sent two of them. The first one I said disregard, and
Who is this?
This is Dorsha Bradley.
Oh, Dorsha. I don't. Did I critique yours?
No,
I don't see him.
I sent it to robart@gmail.com.
Oh, it's robart11.
Oh.
Maybe I didn't put in the 11 on the chat.
Well, can I send you one? The nice thing about being last is I got to play with it some more. So
Yeah, a lot of people do that. Yeah.
Can I send you this one now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Share.
Rob, I don't even see your chat with the email.
Oh, it's there. It's in the chat. Oh, did I, oh, you know what? I direct messaged it. I'm sorry. I didn't put it to everyone. It's under direct message to Ted. Sorry.
So it's robart11.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, robart11.com @gmail, right?
No,
Oh.
gmail.com.
Here, now it's in there.
At Gmail.
I do that sometimes. People write me when they write me a direct mail, then I answer it, and I forget it's only going to that person instead of everybody.
It's on its way.
Okay. All right.
Oh, it's made a difference to have this extra time to start putting color in.
Yeah.
Rob?
Yeah.
I was thinking there was a lot in this photo. You know,
Yeah, I was kind of busy.
The face was great, and then the costume and the hands, and so it was a good challenge for everyone.
Huh.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, the costume is great.
Yeah. But it was intimidating at first.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Now, what's going on? It's just not getting here. Is it on my? Yeah, I
Did you get it yet?
don't have it.
What's your name, Dorsha?
Dorsha, yes.
ROBART, not ERT, right?
ROBART at
No,
11 at
I got it.
there.
Here it is. Here it is. So now you know. Don't wait till the end, okay? I know you
Well,
I was critiquing everybody else, but
no, I wasn't. I didn't wait till the end. I did it early, but I wasn't
see.
finished.
yeah, you couldn't know. You couldn't know that it wasn't there. Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Nice light colors. So it's very light,
Yeah.
as most watercolors are, but you have some nice saturated colors. Nice little attitude. I like that attitude. He looks very relaxed.
I had his face too squishy at first and got rid of some of his neck and redid, pulled his chin down a bit.
Yeah.
But still.
Okay, so it feels a little flat because we just need more shading, that's all.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, the colors are really nice. The mood's really nice. I would hit a little more shading in there, a little more shading the top lip, underneath the nose, the side of the nose. I just bring all those shadows together like that.
Mhm. It's funny, I have trouble getting the colors mixed adequately.
Well, it's like baking a cake. You got to do it a few times,
Oh, I know.
a whole lot of times, to do it well.
And it's funny, when it goes on, I think it's nice and dark.
Yep, right. You probably use a lot of water, right?
Yes, yeah.
So when you use a lot of water, are you on Arches 140?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. When you use a lot of water, it just think of your paper as like a white sponge, and it's just drinking up the pigment. So sometimes if you put wet paint into wet paint, it's just gonna get it's gonna get absorbed into the paper, and that's what creates that problem. So you either have to wait for it to dry up a little bit, or maybe use a little less water.
Well, what about okay, one of the issues I have is concern about getting like the red or the blue into the red, into the yellow when I'm going back and getting more out of my blob. Because that's when I clean the brush off.
Yeah.
With water, and I try to dry it, but still. What do you do?
I do a lot of testing. And if you'll notice, I test, you can test on a little piece of white paper off to the side. I do a lot of testing. You'll see me test right on the piece of artwork. I'll test it, and if it doesn't work, I just take it out. Test. And then so if I test it and it's too watery and it's going to drip all over the place, I just blot it with my paper, and then I come back and hit more. I try to correct the issue. So lots of testing, I think, is a good thing. Okay. I just do that in all kinds of painting, and not just watercolor. But what else? That's the main thing. You mix the color, you take a good guess at it, and you don't really know what it's going to look like until you get it on the paper. Mm-hmm. So if you're slow at fixing it with the gosh, I can't speak here. If you're slow with absorbing it with the rag, then just test it off to a little piece of paper off to the side. And it's a good idea to use the same kind of paper you're using.
Oh, some scrap paper.
Yeah, so some scrap paper, but good scrap paper, because if you use junk, it's not going to do the same thing it's going to do on your paper.
Yeah.
Good paper. So it acts differently. I don't know why, but sometimes when I work on junky paper, I can't get good color on it. It just doesn't work. It just absorbs too quickly or something, So I don't know what the deal is. But anyway, nice looking color, nice light piece here. I'm thinking a little more shading. And possibly some darks in the eyes. A little more in there, a little more in there. Corners of the mouth. A little shading in the corners of the mouth usually makes things vanish. Makes it feel round. Some little shadows in these deep parts. I can see you hit some shadow here, but maybe a little darker.
Yeah. Okay.
You'll see by looking at everybody else's too. You'll see a lot of people did those shadows really well. So your hands look good.
I like his right one. I don't like his left one very much.
Let me see. I can't see it. Let me see.
No, his left one. The one where his knuckles are curled under, I didn't capture as well. I thought the right one was pretty.
Throw some shadows underneath it. I think if you popped a little shading, like it wouldn't get shadow, you probably get some shadow there.
Yeah.
A little in between.
That's where I thought I was going dark, and it lightens right up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here too.
Good, I appreciate
Few of those.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's about it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Thank you very much.
See you next week.
Yep, and I'll get that to you. I'll get that recording right to you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you so much.
Bye, everybody. That was a great first day.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
One more thing. Did you say this is a recording that you can look at, we can look at later?
I'm going to send you a link when Zoom